Shut up. Shut up, dum-dum. Shut up. Behave. Hey, quit. It's okay. Oh, quit. Shut up.
Anybody wants to pop up here, they can pop up now.
Coming in the room.
2. There's the link.
The link.
Well, they know what I'm talking about.
Put the phone down. Working?
Well,
Well, can I turn it? Move the chair over some. Okay. Hello, 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 hello.
oh yeah.
Again. Stupid laptop not working.
I think it's because it's weather.
It ain't got nothing to do with the weather, I don't think. Might be charged. I don't know.
Stop for a minute.
Two in the room. Hello.
I just dropped the link and whoever wants to pop up on it.
The link is in the chat if anybody wants to come up.
She scratched me.
I see it.
You tell mommy you're sorry?
You need to pick up a heater.
I know.
Move. Get down. Ace, what's up?
He's gonna say, "Where's my sweetheart?"
Turn it off. You guys want to jump on panel? Okay. Get him in there.
He's already up.
No, hold on, Ace. I'm gonna try to pop you guys up here.
Nobody's there.
Copy. And paste.
See.
Okay. You. There's the link. Anybody wants to pop up? Oh, one in the room. What is going on? What's going on now? Somebody that wants to come up?
Yep.
Ace.
Survival LP.
There we go. He did it.
What's up, Ace?
Oh, not a whole lot.
Awesome.
What's my sweetheart doing?
Not a whole lot. Gotta go grab a shirt.
Right? How was your Easter?
That was all right.
All right. Yeah, we didn't do nothing special. Laid around being bored.
Went over to my sister's for a while. Had Easter dinner with her, but that was about it.
Awesome.
So you guys have been up to?
Oh, not much, if anything, really. Just hanging in there and
Now you see how I did it.
I-
No,
when it says
there's laying there.
no, what is it? Guest. You hit that when somebody wants to pop up?
Yeah, and you go up to act panel.
Okay. Well, you know how to do that.
Well, we was trying to work on that.
Well, I was trying to work all this on my laptop and it ain't wanting to work. It's brand new. I don't understand why it ain't working.
Well, you just seen how she did it, so let's see you do it now.
I ain't that smart when it comes to stuff like this. It was just
Oh, he popped off?
did you pop off, Ace? Good to hear.
Go to the middle.
Right here?
Yep. Okay, hang on.
Wait a minute.
He said he wants to see you how to do it. So.
I know you popped off there.
Okay.
I don't need to cut nothing, right?
Well,
Okay, there he is. Just tapping.
okay. Yep. Add two.
StreamYard.
Uh-huh. Push exit.
All right, I did it. All right. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, we're just going. I just named this chat fishing. So whatever you guys want to talk about, talk about. I don't care.
No. Oh, shoot. Why did that not work?
Go.
I tried to share this out a minute. Try to figure out some people come in here, but
No, I seen you up earlier and then popped back up again.
right.
YouTube. There we go. Oh, where'd you go? Hello, LT. Hello. Anybody still here?
Quit.
Ace, are you still on here? Pop on up here again.
get that to work?
Only thing you have to do is put your password and put your
But,
green yard.
Yeah, I understand, but I don't see why it's popping off like that.
Any one of them hop up. Come on. I'm waiting. I'm trying to work on 2 different things and
I know.
see if this will work before we can shut this off.
Pay attention to what you're doing over there.
We lost LT.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
They should hear you.
There's Ace.
Okay.
Had StreamYard.
Yep.
Had StreamYard.
What's up, brother?
Not much, brother. Nope. I thought I had Ace up there too. Shoot.
Yeah, I think you lost him. I think he crashed on you.
Yeah.
There he is. He's back.
All right.
So what's everybody doing tonight?
Oh, a little puzzle, I guess.
I heard that.
Here I was busy holding down the other stream.
Yeah, I see that. I seen that.
Yeah, the phone kicked me off. I don't know why it does that.
Mine does it every once in a while too. I don't know why it does it. So did y'all have a good Easter?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't do nothing. I was supposed to go fishing today, but my wife's blood pressure was acting up. I said, you know what? I'm not even gonna go. They want me to go to work. I said, I'm not going to work. I'm not going fishing. I'm just gonna stay home.
There you go.
See, Ace, he did it this time by himself. No help.
Hey, it takes time. You are.
I don't know about that there, sweetheart. When I come in, I seen you sitting there saying something about, I don't know if I can shut this one down or not.
Busted.
Yep. Oops. Knocking stuff around.
Because I was trying to get on his computer.
You know, when something like that happens and you drop out like that, go back into your StreamYard and just hit I can't remember how it's worded. It ain't rejoin, but just re-enter your previous live is all you have to do.
All
It'll
right.
show right in there. And it'll bring you right back. Hey, answer my phone.
Hello. No, they're in the house. I'm not sure.
That one freeze up?
Okay. Bye.
See, I got a secretary. Takes my phone calls.
Problem with having 2 phones is you can't go away. You can't escape.
That's it. You can't run. You can't hide.
Nope.
You can just write it down. Give me the message later.
Yeah. Well, that's my wife. She's bored sitting in the house, and I try not to stream in the house that much because my kids are extremely loud. They're always blaring music and always playing games. Right now, I think they got an online tournament going again tonight, so they're down there screaming. She's like, "Why you always go out to the garage?" I'm like, "'Cause it's quiet."
Yep.
You see that wall behind you? You see that wall behind you?
Yeah.
That wall really needs some pegboard and some rods and some baits. And
They're already in the works, Ace. They're already in the works. I've actually got 8-foot rods or 8-foot boards that's gonna go across it, and I'm gonna have about 35 of my rods back there.
that's all.
What?
That's all.
Rest of them are gonna stay in the rafters.
Yep.
So,
Hey, I can see one rod back there anyway.
yeah, there's a couple of them with one of my whisker seekers. Now I've got a bunch of
yourself.
lures over here,
Yeah,
and I got
twice.
here.
I wish I could get my hands on one of them whisker seekers. I'd really love to hold one at least in my hands before I make the commitment to buy 3 or 4.
I understand that, and I wish I could give you a good review on it, Ace. But I haven't even got to. I've only got to use that once, and that was my last stream. And anybody that come into the last stream knew it was a nightmare. I literally had a window of maybe 20 foot of casting room, and casting a 9.5 foot rod doesn't work.
That's what I've really been interested in, is that 9.5 footer, because
Yeah,
I've been watching it on Haz's channel quite a bit. It looks like a sweet looking rod.
so it's nice. It's lightweight. It's comfortable. I mean, when I got it out the other day, I was excited about it because I mean, it literally feels
It took off.
a little shiny too. It literally feels great in the hands. I mean, it is light for a 9 foot rod. It is light. And this is the heavy.
Do it.
I love the look of the reel seats on them. I have the Muddy River, and I can't complain about the Muddy River rods. They're sweet too. Them that grips.
Oh yeah, got 3 of the flathead rods.
Hey,
That's what I got, is the flatheads.
what is wrong?
I'm actually surprised I haven't taken out my my baby yet. Anybody that's watched any of my channel knows I'm a diehard Cast King fanatic. I love Cast King products. So I ordered that Cast King Rover rod. That Cast King Kong rod, and it's still sitting in the box in the house.
I haven't seen that rod yet.
Yeah, I took it out and looked at it, and I put it back in the box. I said I'll get it out one day.
She grabbed that and show that one.
I'm trying to
Love to
fix
see
it.
the looks of that rod.
Give me a second, I will.
All right.
Give me just a second, y'all. I'll be right back.
All right, bub.
Let mommy get up.
Well, you went crooked.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see what that rod looks like. That's supposed to be a really sweet looking rod too.
Right.
But these flathead rods from Chris Flores, they're an excellent rod.
Awesome.
I took them out Saturday and they cast great and everything. I caught quite a few. On chicken balls, of all things.
Wow.
You seen them little chicken meatballs that pantries are giving out?
Yes.
Yep, we got a pack.
We got like 2 packs of them.
No, we got one.
Oh, do we? Might
I
use
sold-
that for fish bait.
For what?
For fish bait.
Well, it works good, I tell you that. I use the I'm sitting here with no shirt on, but the Cherry Crush
Yep.
drink mix, and then garlic
Sweet.
and salt and a quarter cup of water, and just enough water to get it good and wet, and then shook it all up and left it sit in the fridge overnight and took them out and used them the following day, Saturday.
Cool.
I got
Kool-Aid hot dogs.
Well, I wound up with 2 just over 20 and a mess of them that were 3, 4, and 5 pound channels.
Cool.
Of course, good old Half Crazy was out there too, so.
Uh-oh. You need to behave, Missy. Quit.
But the whole time we were out there Saturday, we couldn't get a darn thing on chicken liver. It was all on them chicken balls.
Wow.
And I was surprised, they're fully cooked, and for being
They
as
don't fall off?
they didn't fall apart.
Wow. How'd you put them on with what do you call them, hooks?
I used just a regular
No, three.
7-aught hook is all I had. Circle hook.
Wow. Yeah, I put a 3-aught circle hook through my finger.
I figured I was going to have to use a treble hook on them, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think about. Treble hook. Yeah, I put a 2-aught. It was a 2-aught or 3-aught.
3-aught.
Yeah, 3-aught circle hook through my finger.
Ouch.
Yeah, a couple years back.
I don't use anything less than a 5-aught. My basic go-to hook is actually the 7 and 8-aught.
Wow. Yeah, I'm getting ready to make a live well, so.
Because them little channel cats, they'll pick up an 8 and 10-aught hook and they'll hook themselves.
Yeah. I don't even know why he's even using a 3-aught circle hook. I don't even use nothing that big usually. It's usually a 2 or a 1-aught. Yeah, it'd be nice to get more people come in.
You ever see the you go to Walmart and you go to their craft section where all the sewing stuff is?
Yep.
They've got spools of what they call elastic thread.
Okay.
It's a white elastic. When you're using your chicken liver, that stuff works great. All you do is start up by the top eyelet of the hook. Once you get your chicken liver on, wrap around it. No, you don't have to tie it. Just wrap it around there 4 or 5 times and then go down over the chicken liver. When you get down to the end of the hook, you wrap around the end of the hook 5 times and then just break it off. And you can lob that chicken liver way out and not have to worry about it coming off.
Wow. I mean, that's a good idea there.
That works a lot better than the pantyhose or the. I bought that surgical tubing in 5-yard rolls, and every inch or so, inch and a half, I'd tie a knot in it and then cut just behind the knot, fold that surgical tubing inside out, and shove the liver in there, twist the top, and then put the hook through it.
Right.
And that surgical liver is a lot easier.
Fishing
elastic
TV.
string, rather. It's a lot easier than using the tubing.
Shrimp fishing TV. Is that shrimp fishing TV?
Sharp fishing TV.
Okay, hello.
Hey, Sharp, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I think the Dobsons went to sleep.
Probably did. He was out fishing earlier, I seen. And
yeah.
I'm doing real good there, Sharp.
Yeah, I need to make some mods.
All right, you know how you have YouTube up and you've got StreamYard up?
Yeah.
All right. Click to bring your YouTube page up.
Okay, she said she can't do it on my phone.
You're on your laptop, aren't you?
No, I'm on my phone. The laptop won't work today for some reason.
Well, if you bring your YouTube stream up on your laptop, you can click on the little 3 dots and it'll say at the bottom, add mod.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, because she's a sure heck of a lot better looking than you there, Troy.
Stop!
Don't be yelling.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Now baby girl's going to get jealous.
Tink. Tink. And
I'm back, y'all.
cool.
Welcome back.
See if I can move this camera back a little bit or something.
Yeah, because that screen's ugly. Oh, there, that screen just got a whole lot better.
No language.
All right, now you see on the very bottom survival, you'll have the different pictures. The third one over, click it.
Okay. Third one over right there.
I sure show your.
Well, it didn't do nothing.
'Cause I'm
Double tap it. It should switch the screen. There you go.
Alrighty, there we go.
Right, Ace.
Now, if you just double tap on Troy,
Okay.
it should bring no, not that part on this picture. I believe you double tap, and it should bring him up full screen over top of us.
Hang on. So you're over there.
What do you do?
There, you just clicked on you. Now double tap on Troy.
There you go.
There, you said there you go.
And Ace is. No. That's you.
Ace is sitting there with no shirt on.
There you got it.
Now here's that rod, y'all. This is that Cast King Kong rod.
Sweet.
If you pull the butt off,
Oh, we just broke it.
no, it didn't break. It better not break. This thing's supposed to pull in anything you want to put
That's
in.
nice. It's got the gimbal on it.
Yeah.
Yep. The grip up here actually has the concaves in it for your hand, for your fingers. That's that part of it, and then the top part.
That's it. That is a pretty rod.
Oh, it's beautiful,
That's a pretty color.
That's a pretty color too. I like that.
and it's a bright lime green on the top, so you can see it.
Right on.
This is a very nice rod. I just ordered it a couple months ago, and I haven't got to take it out yet. I ain't do now, but just pulled it out of the box. And I'm about to put a roper on it. So,
From what I've just seen,
Yeah,
I'm
what's in
told
there?
I'm going to order one of them right away.
they are
Yeah.
beautiful. I haven't got a chance to try it out yet, but like I said, it feels good. It feels almost as good as the whisker seeker rods. I think the grip actually feels better since it's not the cork. I love the cork, but this foam they've got on here is just
There you go.
awesome.
That looks really sharp. I like the diamonds on it.
I do too.
That is really nice.
They spent some time and money working on this rod, and they say it's prorated up to like 180 pounds or something like that for a fish. They use them for saltwater fishing and everything. So
What's the ounce amount of lead you can throw on it? Does it say? Or
this is 4 to 12 ounce lure.
Wow.
Yeah,
so you can sling a 5-6 ounce lead, no problem.
yeah, easily. This is it just says heavy fast action. 2 to 4 ounce weight. 2 to 4 ounce weight. I mean, 4 to 12 ounce weight. 30 to 60 pound lure or line.
Wow.
It says lure, but I'm guessing they meant to say line. But yeah, it's a beautiful rod. I can't wait to try it out myself. Of course, I'm going to pair it with one of these beauties. Ordered about 6 more of these, the Cast King Rover 60s. These are my favorite reels.
No.
That's a nice one there.
Yeah, I love these reels.
I wish I didn't want that road. I went with shoot. Slide down here so nobody sees me shirtless. I've actually got 4 of these.
Sweet.
Yeah, believe it or not, Ace. Yeah, believe it or not, these are all made by the same company.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I found that out. I was doing some research online because I kept on hearing things about everything. There's like 5 rods made in the same, reels made in the same factory, which is the Min Yangs, the Cast Kings, the ones you just showed us. So what I can't pronounce it.
I
But
can't pronounce it either.
I would look
Bleigling?
it up.
Shigaling?
Rings, yes, Togaling or whatever. They're made all in the same factory, and so is the Slime Cat reels.
Oh,
They're
wow.
they're all made in the same factory, and I'm like, well, if they're made in the same factory, then what's different? So,
Yeah. I'll
but
probably
so far,
have to order me one of them that you got there, and then I'll do a tear down of the 2 of them. And
I didn't see neither one of you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
but yeah, I'm thinking the factory, from what I understand, it's one of the big companies too. It's either Daiwa or Shimano is also made in the same factory. I'm like, so they're all coming from the same place.
That's cool.
Yeah. Kind of makes me wonder, on price wise, because some of them are, $49, some of them are $69, some of them are $180. What's the difference?
We've got some nice expensive price tags.
I ordered a Abu Garcia a while back, C3 6500, the Swedish version of it.
Yeah.
And when I ordered it on the shipping, it said shipped from Japan.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. I've got one of the original ones, Ace. I got it's the 6501 Rocket Series camo edition. I bought it at a pawn shop, and I had seen it, and me and my daughters always joked around with about camouflage. Everything looks better camouflage.
That's it.
So I went into a pawn shop, and they had this rod and reel combo. It was all camouflage. It's a Prowler rod, which is a real nice 9-foot rod, and it had the Abu Garcia camouflage reel on it. I'm like, okay, that's nice. They're like, well, $49, you can have it. I'm like, all right. So I bought it. I got home and I took out fishing with a buddy one day. He goes, man, you know what you got here? I said, yeah, I got an Abu and a camouflage Abu. He goes, no, that's the Rocket Series, the mini Rocket Series. I'm like, I've never heard of that. And I started looking it up. I'm like, yeah, I guess it is. That reel alone, if you try to buy one right now, is $396.
Good
Wow.
night.
Yeah. So, and the rod's 126. So I got my money's worth for $49.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
And I tell you what, there's no exaggeration. I'll put 20-pound test line on there. 25 is what I usually use, 25 or 30. But if I use like 25-pound test line, it'll hold about 400, almost 400 yards, 350 yards, 400 yards, and I can cast out almost half of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, that reel will launch a weight. We would sit there, and I don't know if other fishermen do that. We call it air time. When as soon as you let that sinker go on how long before it hits the water, we launched that. My brother-in-law was with me one day, and we launched it out. I launched it out there real far. He goes, did it hit? I'm like, no. Then in the background, a few seconds later, you hear a little bitty splash. I said, it hit.
That's pretty there, Ace.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
a little Cash King there.
Yeah. I went and bought a bunch of Cast King spinning reels this year. I bought the Megatron. I bought which one of it? I can't remember what it's called. I bought like 6 Cast King underhand reels, the spinning reels. I'm gonna put one on my carp rods, and I'm gonna put one on my. I thought about putting one on my whisker seekers.
Cool.
Because my whisker seekers, when I ordered them, they was a limited stock and supply, and I had to get the the spinning rod, spinning model, and I usually use casting on everything. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'll use a spinning rod or spinning rod for a casting reel. I don't care. Main difference is the eyelets. So.
Yeah, I picked up 3 of these here for my casting reels for my bass rods.
Yeah, I got to get some better bass equipment. My problem of it is when it comes to bass and stuff like that, since I'm a diehard cat fisherman, when it comes to bass fishing, I don't want to spend the money. I don't. It's defrosting. I've got probably about $4 grand, $5 grand in catfish rods and reels, and I don't want to spend that in bass. I don't bass fish enough. Now I've got enough bass gear as far as tackle wise go. I'd probably never have to buy another lure, soft plastic, or anything else the rest of my life.
Right.
Yeah, on the 31st of last month, I actually signed a contract. The crappy part is I don't end up with the boat, and I don't end up with the truck or none of that. Don't end up with a lot of the notoriety because everything that's filmed for through this outfit, it's Larry's Bait and Tackle out of Lake Holyoke up in just outside. It borders between Eau Claire and Chippewa.
Okay.
But I joined what they call their pro team.
Okay.
It's just basically local area around upper Wisconsin here that they do. Hang on, let me get my shirt on.
Ace is like, man, now I gotta get dressed.
Yeah, I know, right? It's easy to sit behind the camera.
But anyways, it started out. I went out fishing the 31st. Just started getting set up when I got the phone call to come up there. So I went up. I signed the contract. They called me into the office to talk to this other gentleman.
Oh, you want to run from me?
And I wound up getting all that stuff.
Cool.
You got a lot of nice stuff. You sell that stuff there, Ace?
No, this is what they gave me for their pro team.
Okay.
To wear when I'm out on their boat representing them, stuff like that. Well, it is they've got 3 different teams and they send them out different times. I'm on the call for if some of the others are sick, I go out and get on the boat and partner and camera guy.
Yeah.
Kind of a fill-in type deal. But they gave me, when I walked in there, they gave me that outfit. I'm going to say basically right around $5,000 worth of rods, reels, tackle, basically all catfishing to put all out on the boat. At the end of the year, I'll own that, but I won't own the boat, truck, or nothing like that.
Hey.
Everything that's filmed gets put on their channel. I can link their channel to my channel so that everybody can follow it through their channel by clicking on the link.
Ace went and got him as a sponsor.
Yeah.
A big sponsor.
Well, it's the Boater's Choice Marina up here, the Ford dealership, and then Larry's Bait and Tackle.
Cool.
Okay.
And the first event coming up is what they're calling Fishing with Kids. And when I was up there, I got to help set up a bunch of little tackle boxes and little rods, reel combos. There's I think they said 30 kids that are signed up for this. So we're going to take one kid out on each boat for half an hour, bring them back in. They're going to end up with tackle box, rod, and reel. We pick up another kid, take them out, and it's going to be a full day, a 2-day event or something like that, I'm guessing.
That's awesome, though.
Heck yeah.
We need to keep the kids into fishing because they're what's going to keep this thing alive. I mean,
yep.
When we're all gone.
Yep. Got to give it to the younger generation.
Yep. And that's what I was talking about earlier, LT, on your other one when one of the kids wanted to come in. I'd love to have some of these kids in my show.
I would too. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I keep it clean anyway,
Well, that's what I meant. If you don't keep it clean, there's no kids allowed.
Yeah.
But I smoke cigarettes once in a while on my live streams, but
that's all I do myself. That's all I do myself. But see, at the same time, they'll still flag you.
Yep.
That's gonna be my downfall out there on the boat is not smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah. At first, when I first went out, first time I went live, I wasn't going to smoke a cigarette. I'm like, I'm not going to smoke. I'm going to sneak off to smoke or whatever I got to do. That way I don't smoke in front of the camera. That's why I still hide my cigarette down here. And I cup it when I go to smoke. But then I started seeing everybody else's lives. I'm like, he's smoking. Well, he's smoking. Well, he's smoking.
Yeah.
But that's all.
I figure as long as you keep it clean and parents shouldn't really care what other people do, but
They do.
Yeah, they flag it.
We get judged every way we turn around. Everybody's judging everybody these days.
According to what this paperwork says, our second one will be on Lake Wissota, and that's fishing with vets.
That'd be a good one.
And that's at the end of May.
Sweet.
Yeah, I wanted to go to that one they had that they was talking about the other, what was it, a couple weeks ago, they was talking about going down and taking the vets out. But I was hoping on having a boat already, but I gotta get a car first.
Yeah.
My truck's got almost 400,000 miles on it. I haven't worked on it in probably 2 years. I just put gas and oil in it and just drive it. And I got to do some work on it. I only get 8 miles to the gallon, so I'm not doing that. And it's like, my main issue right now is I've got a lot of people that's asked me to go fishing with them, like Lee Evans, and wanted me to come down and everything else. But that's a 2-hour drive, and in my truck, no, it won't make it for. I can't make it on the E-way because front end wobbles so bad.
Got death wall.
Yeah, I got death wobble at like 40 mile an hour. My steering wheel does this. So
on this, I get paid mileage to get there and get home. I get all meals and motel rooms they pay, so it ain't too bad. At the end of the year, I get to keep the fishing equipment. I don't get to keep the boat or truck, but $5,000 in fishing equipment for a year. What the heck?
Well, it's also good exposure too. And it gives you an experience in life that you'll never get again.
It'll give me the experience in life I'll never get again. But like I say, there's not a whole lot of exposure because it's all being put on their channel, and I can just link their channel onto mine, and I get the exposure that way.
At the same time, if people see you on their channel, they'll go to your channel.
Yes.
That's what I'm hoping.
I might have a sticker for your backboard, Ace, here soon. I'll order some stickers off of Teesprings. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I got to find somebody to redo my logo. I went to get my logo. I did it myself. I went into the 3D art software in my computer, and I re-outlined everything, made sure all the lines were smooth. I blew it up to where it was, because I needed a 15-inch printout in my back window of my car, and I blew it up that big, and it's all perfectly smooth. I'm like, cool, I got it perfect, saved it. Now I get on there on Teesprings and I go to upload it on there, and they're like, quality poor. I'm like, what?
Wow.
No, I've got plenty of room on that for a lot of stickers yet. And that board is actually going to be when I go out on their boat. That board's going to be on the front of the console.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll send you one as soon as I get them. I just ordered them. They should be in here in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. I'll get all your email.
I can promote other people's stuff and links and all that while I'm out there. I'm not just bound to strictly theirs. They've already informed me that. So,
well, that's good.
Like Chris Flores's rods, I can take out there and fish with and promote that and full 9 yards. So,
yeah, I do a lot of self-promoting myself, even though I don't get to go out fishing much. everywhere I go, I take something with me that, like if I go out in public, I wear the crap out of my shirt. I've got a fishing shirt I had made that says your boy Troy on the side of it. So I wear it as much as I can. I'll bring it home, wash it, wear it again, wash it and wear it again. Everybody's like, "You wearing that shirt out?" I'm like, "Yeah, because it's exposure." And if I go anywhere and I'm buying gear, if I go to Walmart to buy some sinkers or buy some line or anything, or go into any bait shop and to go get anything, they're like, where you fish for, where you fish at? And I tell them, and I'm like, yeah, I'm also on YouTube.
The problem I have right now is JV's got to send me a new hat.
Yeah, I was supposed to send JV a message.
Don't quite match the blue.
Yeah. Well, from the last stream we was in, I think it was survival stream last time, which I think was JV was in here. He said something about sending him a message and he'll give me a hat. I still ain't messaged the man. It had been that hectic. I haven't had time to do nothing. Of course, if I know JV, even if he had them all given out, he still got them all. that man's like I am. He does not want to go to the post office. That's my whole issue. It's like I was going to do a 100 sub giveaway because I just hit 100 subs. Awesome. I had just did one at 50 or right at 50. So I'm like, well, I'll wait till I hit 200. Also, I don't want to give out a little bitty baby gift card or some cheap $10, $20 reel. I want to give out something big. So
right.
I'm actually been watching Georgia Fishing a lot, and because me and him both get into the wrap rods, the custom wrap rods, and I'm starting to do some custom work on rods, and I thought about picking up a few blanks myself and making some custom rods. And I told my wife last night, and she thought it was crazy because I seen some last night that probably sell for anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000 for custom made rods. And
I told him I wanted one.
She said she wanted one, and I was like, all right. I said I thought about making a couple of them. They might take me a month and a half, 2 months to make them. That's how much details in them.
Wow.
I said, if I ever hit 1,000 subs, I might use it for a giveaway. She's like, you're crazy. No, because it's the people subscribing to me and watching me that makes all this happen.
Yeah.
That's like that whole give back tournament that Chris and Paul Meadow and them just did. I thought that was sweet. I jumped in as much as I could.
Did you see that video with Dobson and JV the other day where I told JV I had a big issue with him?
No, I didn't.
I got a great big issue with him and his frogs.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he sent me some frog lures. And, I'm out there fishing and shit like that, and pulling it across the lily pads and kind of snug up. So I gave it a hell of a yank. And I still ain't made it to the doctor to get the son of a bitch out of my ear.
Wow.
Did you just slide it through on purpose, Ace?
No, I got it stuck in my ear when I yanked it out of the lily pads. His
all the way through? Is it all the way through?
Say, well, it's kind of hard to hear because of that ear, but
is it all the way through it?
Yeah, it was all the way through.
Sure. That's like cut the barb off and pull it out.
Yep.
Yeah, but then I wrecked the lure.
You're gonna do that at the hospital. You got a permanent picture.
I hooked the hook on one of my old earrings.
That's what I was asking. I figured that's what you did.
What's up?
That's what I figured you did. Makes a good earring though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had them all in this chat just rolling laughing on that.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably would be laughing too. Hey, I tell you what, first time I went bass fishing, well, it wasn't the first time, it was just like the second or third time I went bass fishing. We went out on my brother-in-law's boss's boat, and they said it was 3-man boat, basically. we wound up having 4 people on the boat. He's like, I don't care. We'll put 5 on here. I don't care.
Right?
And I'm like, well, I'll stand up the whole time, you know, when we're, I'll sit on the floor while we're rolling. And when we're sitting, you know, fishing, I'll stand up, you know. He goes, oh, I got chairs. So he pulled out some fold up chairs and stuff. And we sit out there. And every time we went to cast out, we had to tell everybody, casting out. Casting out. My buddy Mike walked right behind me right when I said casting out. Went to cast it. And I was like, why won't my rod move? My brother-in-law done grabbed my rod because the hook done got him in his eyelid. And I was about to cast. So, yeah, he would have lost an eye right there. I'm like, that's why you don't have that many people on a boat. You know? Yeah, that day was kind of hilarious, though, because my brother-in-law's boss was semi-pro bass fisherman. And I don't know jack about bass fishing. I don't do it enough to do anything. I'm strictly catfish. Well, I love bluegill fishing and creek fishing. That's my second passion is creek fishing, which upsets me because I got one of the biggest creek systems around within blocks of my house that's supposed to hold monsters, and I haven't hit it yet. And my wife is like, go, go, go. I'm like, eh.
On JV's frog lure, I even told him, I says, the other line I used there on that show that night was, your frogs are no good. They don't catch bass. They end up getting the sucker on the bank.
Yeah. But yeah, that night turned out pretty crazy though, because I was in a boat with a semi-bass pro fisherman, and he was throwing everything he had, couldn't hook on a fish. And I just grabbed whatever I seen laying in my tackle box. So I had a little bitty old baby bass tackle box about this big, only had like 3 or 4 lures. And I grabbed something like, that looks good. Cast out there, boom, got one. Put him off, threw him back out, cast it back out. A few seconds later, bang, got another one. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, what? He goes, what are you catching those on? That's a little purple lizard about that big.
Mm.
He goes, what? I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my favorite right there.
Yeah, I just got
The Z-Man chatterbait, the chartreuse and the pink trailers are just killer on these.
Hey, Ace, do you ever do any Ned rigging?
Yep.
Yeah, I just got some Ned rigs and stuff last week, so I'm gonna try them out. That's the new thing everybody's talking about using.
I like the Z-Man chatterbait the best, and then the wacky worm.
What all kind of fishing you do, LT?
I like channel cat and bass fishing sometimes. My brother.
I do quite a bit of muskie and northern fishing as well. So
yeah, should be coming on.
I'd like to do some of that musky fishing stuff, but there's none around here.
No, there ain't none around here neither.
That's my problem. Ain't nothing on. There's not much around here. I just found out we still have sturgeon in certain parts of the river. So I'm planning on going sturgeon fishing this year if I can get a vehicle to make it out there. It's about a 2-hour drive from here. But
me and Half Crazy, we went out, and he's 67, 68, somewhere in there. And he's never hooked a sturgeon in his entire life. We were out last year on his birthday, and I seen my rod tip down. I knew exactly what I had because I had double night crawlers on the 8-aught hook. So I knew right away when that rod went over pretty much what I had on the other end. And I picked up that rod, and I could feel the weight. I handed that rod to him, and when he brought that fish in and landed it on shore, just the look on his face and the smile from ear to ear was killer. It was priceless.
Well, Steve, that's going to be me, Ace.
6.5 foot sturgeon, 120 pounds.
Yeah, that's going to be me, Ace. I've been fishing for 35 years, and I've never caught a sturgeon.
I've had so many people. Well, we've got a power plant right on the Chippewa River, right in Chippewa. I went up there and I was fishing. Shoot, it's out in the truck now. I can't do it. But I had 3 rods laying on the bank. and there's this little river that goes uptown, and the sturgeon usually follow up that river into town, and then they'll come back out. Well, I seen a couple coming down through. They went past. Next thing I know, I'm looking over at my rods. The first one, boom, gone. Second one, gone. Third one, I got to just in time.
Wow.
After that, I went to the grocery store, supermarket. I picked up some clothesline, tied that to the front bumper of my car, laced it through my reels under the line, just above where they clip to the rod.
Yeah.
And I had the big carabiners I snapped to them.
Yeah.
Everybody come down there and they were laughing their asses off because I had my rods tied down. Well, 3 days later, I'm down there fishing again. I must have snagged into 4 or 5 rods, brought them in, along with my own 2. But
I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm sitting down there, like I say, I snagged them, and I started fishing, casting them out, fishing with the rods right away. These other guys are coming down. That's my rod. I says, no, it's not. I just caught it out of the river. If you wouldn't have been laughing at me the other day because I had my rods tied with clothesline to my car, I'd have gave you back your rods. But no, it ain't happening now.
Right?
They never laughed at me again for tying my rods down.
Hey, I tell you what, we had to learn that quick. I used to fish off of a dock, me and my brother-in-law, and he had just went down and bought a brand new rod and reel. This was probably 25 years ago. It was a Shimano surf fishing rod and reel.
Mm.
He spent $189 on that reel, a rod and reel, and that was 25 years ago. So that'd probably be a $600 rod and reel today. And he had just got this rod, casted it out. His girlfriend was with us, and she wanted to argue with him. He's like, would you stop arguing? I'm just trying to. And about that time, you hear a splash. He turns around and he's like, son of a. He goes, that's my new rod. I'm like, I'll get it back for you, bro. So I went over, and I used to carry, just because of us getting rods pulled in so much, I carried a small rod, like a little bass rod with me. But it had a big treble hook, like a 10-aught treble hook on it. And it was set up to drag the bottom to get rods in case we lose them. And I kept on casting out. He's like, man, it's gone. He said, I seen it take off, and I seen it go under the water. It's gone. I'm like, I'll get it back. And I hooked into it and pulled it back in. A little 3-pound channel pull off the dock.
Wow.
That was one fish that did not make it back into the water. And we always release our fish. But that one right there, he suffered a little bit. I'm not going to lie. He was mad. $200 rod and reel go in the water? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I said, I don't condone it, but you know what? I can't blame you. He goes, buddy, you're going up in the bushes.
No, that same spot up there at that channel, I hooked into a 12-footer, and I got that sturgeon right up to bank. And the minute it spotted me, it was basically the same time I got a good look at it. It shot across the river, downriver into that current, and the fight was all over. He spooled me, snapped my line, and that was the end of it.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, there's a few fish I haven't caught that, I've targeted catfish for so many years. I mean, I've even got catfish tattoos on my arm and everything else. I've been targeting them for so many years that I got away from everything else. And this year I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to get a bunch of other stuff. And I'm going to try to prove a bunch of people wrong. There's a 50-50 debate that you can catch a spoonbill or paddlefish in the mouth. They said you always have to snag them. I've got people here in Kentucky that said that they've thrown out bait and caught them. So I'm going to try to catch one in the mouth, and I'm going to try to do it either live or on video. That way we prove, yes, it can be done, because I don't like snagging. I've got a snagging rod right here that's off the chain, but unless I'm snagging for bait, like carp or whatever, for bait, I'm not going to snag, because it's not, you never know what you're going to hook into.
Right.
You might hook into something and, one of these, you might hook into a world record fish and damage it enough to where it dies. You don't know. So I don't like the idea of snagging. I'd rather,
I used to live in Lakeville, Illinois when I was growing up as a kid. We moved up here when I was 12, 58 now. But we lived in Lakeville, Illinois, on Lakeville Road on a farm, and it was a lot of swamp around us. My dad and grandfather had drenched out this little pond out back in the swampy area. And there was 3 culverts that come in under the road on the backside of the farm into the pond. I shit you not. We used to go down there and we'd actually hook 12-foot gar. We'd hook sturgeon out of there. And I was like 6 years old, and we had a freshwater shark actually come through that one of them culverts. And my
Wow.
dad caught and landed that.
That's insane.
And for a freshwater shark to be clear up Lakeville, Illinois, which is just about the Wisconsin border, is unbelievable in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what my grandpa and dad were always talked about was somebody had it in a tank or something and released it into the river, and it
It's
wound up
possible.
getting stuck in that pond of ours.
It's possible. But yeah, I tell you what, that's my second favorite fish to catch is gar.
But you
Right
could watch
here,
them gar
right
come
there.
into that pond, and I mean they'd look just like a big floating log.
Yeah. Well, everybody up here calls them trash fish and can't stand them. But we don't have that. We have alligator gar. We used to be real popular for that,
Yeah.
but they just started repopulating with alligator gar a few years back. So there's still very few and in between. Mainly, all we have is a long nose gar,
Yeah.
and nobody can stand.
When we moved off that farm, we wound up in McHenry, Illinois. Like I say, until I turned 12, and then we moved up here. But Lakeland Park in McHenry, we used to fish the Fox River down there, where Mark Perez fishes all the time.
Yeah.
And back then, the Fox River used to be full of gar. He says he doesn't see any down there.
Yeah, I love gar fishing, even though for the long nose and everything else. Because I tell you what, you want to talk about a fight? I haven't found a fish yet that can fight as much as a gar does.
They're pretty fun to catch too.
Oh, they are. They're
Right
real
at
fun.
the McHenry Dam, Mark, I think, says he fishes just the upper side of the McHenry Dam and then up. But my dad had fished the lower side of the McHenry Dam right at the dam. And he had an old 1966 Chevy Biscayne four-door car. And he used to tie a clothesline to the front of the car bumper. He'd literally tie a treble hook on the other end with big dough ball on it.
Yeah,
He'd row out to the middle of the McHenry River and he'd drop that in. When that
Wow.
line would tighten up, he'd back the car up and he'd pull in 100-pound carp left and right.
yeah,
So every Friday night, Saturday, and late in the afternoon, Sunday, that's where you'd always find my dad. He'd be catching them carp. We had a couple old color boys down there. Had to have been in their upper 60s, 70s. They were buying them for my dad all the time.
Wow.
Once in a while, Dad would just give them to him because they'd give him a bunch of smoked carp in return.
Carp
Yeah.
good for turtle bait.
Them boys down there, they know how to smoke their carp.
oh yeah. I sold a bunch of carp here about 20 years ago, 25 years ago. It's the last time I actually went carp fishing. Oh, the mask. I actually went carp fishing 2 years back. That's my wife's mask. Yeah, but yeah, I wound up going out and I went catfishing. Matter of fact, it was an Easter. Matter of fact, because my ex-wife, every year I went fishing for Easter. That was my Easter present. She put like $40, $50 in my in a little box and say, "Happy Easter. Here's money to go fishing." And
Cool.
I went downtown Louisville, which I wish I could go now. They're starting to open it back up, so I'm gonna start trying to see what I can do. But I went down there and I was catfishing like I always do, and I hooked into a carp, and I threw it back. This guy come running over, and goes, "Hey, what are you doing throwing that back?" I'm like, "I don't want it." He goes, "Man, we'll buy those from you." I'm like, "I can catch these all day. I don't want these." He goes, "Man, I'll give you 50 cents a pound for them." I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
He said, "Yeah, I'll give you 50 cents a pound for them." I wound up making $100 that day.
Huh?
Like,
With
there you go, buddy.
Jeremiah, one of the boys my dad sold the carp to, I was so mad that day, and I can remember the story as if it was yesterday. What everything that took place that day. I went up next to the dam and I'm fishing. I thought I had a big eel and get it up there. Well, it's a snake. It's got to be a grass snake. It's friendly. I'm reeling it in, and this guy, one boat guy that my dad used to sell carp to, his name was Jeremiah. He comes up there and he grabs my rod and reel. And he starts beating on my snake, and it's like, what the heck? And I'm reaching out trying to get it. He grabs hold of me, beats my ass, and sends me back over to my dad. And here it wound up being a water moccasin I was trying to play with at 5 years old.
Wow.
But to this day, I still get messages from his kids and grandkids and asking how we're doing up here.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't play with water snakes. Don't play with snakes. I don't play with
I was
snakes.
5 years old. I didn't know no better here. I caught me a pat and I got my butt whipped.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't mind snakes. My brother-in-law used to raise them. I've lived with him most on and off a lot of my life, and yeah, I don't mind snakes. But I tell you what, I don't trust them. So if I'm out walking in the woods and I see one, unless I can identify it for 1,000% sure, yeah, I'm not staying around.
Hey, Big Tank, how you doing, buddy? I actually missed them days down there. We had a blast. Oh, he pushed the wrong button.
Yep. Hopefully he comes back up. Yeah, good snake's a dead snake.
I actually lost chat for some reason. It's not going.
I'm only showing one in the room.
Them old boys down there in McHenry Dam, they could fish. You could learn a lot from them guys down there.
Oh, yeah. I used to do a lot of river fishing there, and I got away from doing it all.
And my dad, he grew up fishing with them guys down there, learned every one of their secrets. And
hold on. Oh, excuse me. All right, we got 4 in the room. Somewhere.
telling me there's only one watching now, 2 watching now.
Sorry about that. Your phone froze up.
Hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I went to hit. I do it all the time. It don't work. It works normally, but as soon as I did, the whole screen just froze up, and I started getting I'm thinking about working.
The bubble sign.
I'm just gonna leave because it ain't gonna work. I had to turn it. I had to leave the stream completely and come back in.
You know what that phone's telling you? That phone's telling you got to turn it a little bit because it's only getting the ugly side of the screen.
Well, it gets the ugly side of the screen every time because it's always looking at my ugly mug. I'm surprised my camera hasn't melted yet.
Right.
You can only see half of the life.
I'm sorry.
There, much better. So how you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. You keeping him in mind?
There ain't no keeping him in line.
Yeah.
You'll have to do like Maria. I don't know if you know how she keeps Willie in line or not, but I can put the pick up.
I have a 6.5. It'll be all right.
There we go. That's how Maria keeps Willie in line.
Is that a frying pan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be in cast iron.
I think that's how Baby Girl keeps Survival LT in mind too.
Yeah. Does anybody know how to use these?
What is it?
Uh,
Looks like
Oh, the
No.
bouncers, bullet bouncers.
I've never
Yeah.
used them.
right? I never did either.
They're for bottom bouncing, basically. You'll
Yeah,
put that bobber on your line.
Okay.
You have a little knot there, line knot, bobber slide knot.
Okay.
You set your depth and then put the wired weight at the bottom side, and that'll bounce across the bottom, and then your bait will stream up off of it.
Okay. Yeah, it was all new to me. I was like, okay.
They work great out of the back of a
We'll
boat.
try. Hey, don't know
Mike,
you
how
try
you-
it.
Mike, how you doing, buddy? I think the link is still in chat. Come on up.
Yeah, it should still be in the chat there, Ace.
Yeah, he just had to scroll up.
Just got to scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, I was impressed with the packing on this rod. Also, everything is stamped with the logo.
Right
I was
on.
surprised.
Actually, here, I can do this too. There. Come on up, Mike.
Oh, you copied and dropped it?
Yeah, right off the top of the StreamYard.
Does anybody know if Mike T's still alive or?
I don't know.
He's in chat.
Oh, he's in chat.
Yeah, he was fishing.
Mike,
Okay.
you're eating Taco Bell too soon, buddy. JV's got a challenge coming up for tacos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to win my new bass rod.
I thought about getting involved.
Hmm.
I can eat some soft tacos, buddy.
I got $60 put away. I'm going to buy a bunch of soft shell tacos, and
Oh, no,
I'm going to
okay.
win me that rod.
You go for it, buddy, because I ain't trying to eat that many.
Can't eat that
As
many.
much you can eat for under 20 minutes or
I
20
may
seconds.
be sick as hell the next day or even that evening, but I don't mind spending the time in the other room for that rod.
Yeah, that's Troy.
That's about like I am too, though. Hey, it's a rod. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
I'll just be in there cheering y'all on.
JB can't.
You're looking a little blue. You're looking a little blue. Eat another one.
I am not.
Hungry.
Let's not even think about that. Yeah, if my stepson was to get in that contest, we'd all lose.
Oh.
That boy can. I don't think he has a stomach. I think
When I
it
was a
falls
kid,
both
when I
his
was a
legs.
young kid, they had that Dairy Queen challenge all the time. You eat banana splits, and then they'd have the hot dog eating contest where you could win the bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 40 tacos.
The banana split contest, I won that 2 years in a row.
How many did you
The
eat?
first year, 18. The first
Wow.
year that they had that hot dog challenge, I made it to number 17. And this little Chinese boy, I shit you not, maybe 60 pounds, soaking wet. That little son of a gun could swallow them dang things whole.
Good. No.
Yeah, my stepson, I tell you what, we'll go to like, say we'll go to Burger King or something. I'll get a Whopper for him, a large fry. He'll eat that Whopper, large fry, drink a half a 2-liter soda, then he'll come back up 20 minutes later. We got any more burgers? I'm still hungry. I'm like, you're not hungry. And then he'll go in the refrigerator, he'll grab something else, and then he'll come back up 10 minutes later, look in the refrigerator. I'm like, what are you looking for? Food, I'm hungry. You're not hungry. There's no way. There's no way. But I'm hungry. We made a homemade chicken noodle soup. My wife makes a killer homemade chicken noodle soup. And we made it, and we make about 2 to 3 gallons at a time of anything we make. Big old stock pots. And he finished it off. I got 1 bowl. I think everybody in the house, was 6 of us, got a bowl apiece. He ate the rest of it.
Wow.
Within 2 days, the whole I made a pot of spaghetti one night, and because my daughter said she wanted spaghetti. It was just me, my stepson, and my daughter here eating it. I made 3 pounds of noodles, 3 pounds of meat. So you're looking, a stock pot, a 4-gallon stock pot was full almost to the rim. I ate 1 plate of spaghetti. My daughter ate 1 plate of spaghetti. We get up the next morning, the whole container's empty.
Wow.
Like, where did all that go? That was enough to feed 25 people. Where did the food go? Did somebody throw it out?
Sounds like my dad was there.
He goes, but it was good. But
As far back as I can remember, my dad was always between 130 and 160 his whole life. Well, when he passed away, they kind of figured out why he never gained weight eating the way he used to eat. He had a 5.5-foot tapeworm in him.
That's why.
Ooh.
I would think.
I've stayed between 140 and 160 for the last 30 years.
Wow.
She's going to get checked. You might have that issue.
I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't eat like I used to no more, but at one point in time, because I was working in fast food restaurants, I'd come home and I'd bring home like 3 Big Macs and a 10-piece nugget and eat it by myself in one sitting. And I never gained weight. And never gained weight. Now I don't eat that much. Now I eat, twice a day, if that, and then it's small meals. Maybe that'll change something. Maybe me eating slower and smaller amounts will change my metabolism. Then I'll start eating again and put on some weight. I'm trying, baby. I'm trying to put on some weight. Hey, I hate being so small. I mean, I'm basically, as far as what the doctors say, I'm basically perfect weight for my size and my age. But man, I can't stand it. 160 pounds. Yeah, it's like I go to pull, go to do something like do tree work in my front yard, and I go to pull down. I don't have enough weight to pull down because I don't weigh enough.
Get slingshot back up here.
Yeah,
I'm 370 plus pounds, and
Yeah.
I eat constantly up here like a king because, I'm diabetic for one thing, so my freezer is constantly full of catfish.
yeah. I stopped bringing it home. We got little public lakes here, and I thought about going live from one of them one day. They're stock lakes, and I've been known to pull in 5 and 4 minutes at the lake. She was there when I did it. I was joking around with her and her because I took me, my son, his girlfriend, and my daughter with us, and they was all fishing in the spot I always fish in.
Yeah.
And I'm fishing right beside them, and I caught 1 or 2. I'm like, no big deal. Well, they want to go wander and play. I'm like, go ahead. And I looked at her and said, watch this. I said, I'm going to just start pulling them in so quick, I'm not even going to have to try and put them on a stringer. I'm just going to throw them up on the bank. I cast, and she starts laughing. I cast out. At that time, boom, got one. Pulled him in, took him off the hook, threw him up the shore, cast it back out. Same worm and all.
Yeah.
Boom, got him. Pulled him in, took him off, threw him back up. Boom. Got him. She goes, what the heck? That's what I was going to do. And
You should be done with them tacos by now, Mike. Get up here.
the kids come back and my wife was like, look at all that. And they go, would you take all the fish off the stringer? She's like, no, your dad just caught all those while y'all was gone. My son goes, we was only gone 5 minutes. I smoked a cigarette. I lit it when we got here, and I just put it back out. And she goes, yeah. And then they're all sitting there waiting to go on the stringer. But to tell you how stupid them fish are, we had a little metal stringer, one of the ones that's got like a bluegill stringer where it's got the little clips on the side of it.
Yeah.
We had like 6 or 7 channels on there, some nice, 2 or 3 pound channels. on there we was going to bring home. Well, the stringer broke. So we didn't even know the stringer broke at first until I hooked into a fish that had a piece of stringer in his mouth. And I'm like, this looks like the same stringer we're using. So we go over there, we notice we've only got 3 out of the 6 fish we had. I'm like, you must be stupid. You got a stringer in your mouth. You done been hooked. You got a stringer in your mouth, and now you're biting again.
It was definitely hungry.
Yes, they were. But the reason why I haven't went there lately, I mean, it's literally I can drive there and I'd have to take my wife's van. She'd get mad at me. But I can literally get there in probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes from here. Up Waverly.
Well, I'm not going to say the name of the lake, but we have a lake that's like 110 miles from where we're at right here in Falkirk. But
yeah,
first time I ever met Half Crazy, he was sitting down there, and it was late at night, and we knew there was no game warden or nothing around. We've got a 3-rod limit up here. Well, he snuck out 3 extra rods. I was actually walking up when I watched all 6 of his rods go down at the exact same time. And it was just hilarious watching him jump from rod to rod.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I haven't went down to this lake and everything is because they did not stock all of 2020. Mm-hmm. They usually stock 4 times a year, and they did not stock all of 2020. I went down there one time last year, rode through there, and there was probably 100 fishermen out there. I'm like, there's not a fish left in that water. Mm-hmm. There's not. They've got to reestablish everything down there, and they've only stocked once this year. Garlic powder,
I don't know if you were in here when I was telling LT about it a little bit ago, but I used 3 packs of this, the garlic powder, salt, 1/4 cup of water, and chicken balls.
Yeah.
You know what them are? The little chicken meatballs that the food pantries are giving away?
Yeah.
I wound up with 2 20-pound cats for Saturday and a whole bunch of 3, 4, and 5 pounders me and Half Crazy did.
Yeah, we've been using chicken and like the strawberry chicken and stuff like that for probably 20 some odd years because the pay lakes down here before they all switched to doing things. We always
I grew up fishing the chicken and the chicken and the chicken liver and all that with my dad and grandfather. Yeah, when I was 5.
Well, that was the thing. When I first got on,
you want to hear something really funny?
What's
this
that?
Chicken thing went spreading across the internet like wildfire.
Yeah.
Okay. Dieter Melhorn was fishing Lake Wally, and if you go, I can prove this too, because if you go back and you look through all of his videos, you'll find the video where I'm in chat. I says, Dieter, turn around. I'm waving. I was at my aunt's house down on Lake Wally waving at him. I says, what? He's talking about his baits he's using out there. And I says, well, why don't you try chicken liver and 1-inch chunks of chicken soaked in garlic and cherry jello?
Ooh.
And right after I told him that, he started doing the chicken thing, and it blew up across the internet.
Well, see, that's what I was laughing about, Ace, because I did the same thing. When I first signed on to YouTube, my wife's my witness, I said, I haven't heard anybody say anything about the strawberry chicken yet. I said, I'm going to get them on that one. And about that time, less than a week later, everybody started strawberry chicken, cherry chicken. I'm like, well, that one's gone. And that quick, it just took off. But see, I'm also going to give away another secret bait. And I keep on telling everybody in the streams about it because there's usually only like 5 or 6 people in the streams. And I want everybody to catch fish more than I care about making videos. Yeah. But I got a real good video made up for this one. But the best bait I've found so far for channel cats is night crawlers with the blood dough ball baits. You know, the stinky baits you buy? Put 2 of those in the night crawler container. Let it sit for about 12 to 24 hours in the refrigerator. Take them out, and your rods will nonstop just go crazy.
Yep. And do you know what makes that even better?
What's that?
Take chicken liver, pig's blood or cow's blood, the garlic, and put it in a blender
Yeah.
and chuck that out there and then start casting the baits you were just talking about into
Yeah.
that bloody mess.
Oh yeah.
See, I grew up in the swampy side of Illinois in Lake Villa. And
Yeah.
my granddad and my grandfather used to do that. And two other things back in the day, you can't do it now because of the animal activists and all that. But
Yeah.
baby ducklings and baby chickens.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I tell you what, I thought about trying to do some chumming. It's basically against the law to a point here.
Yeah, the only way we can do the chumming up here anymore is it has to be in a container
Yes.
when you toss it out there. Well, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and all them little dollar stores, they have those little round laundry type bags. They're
Yeah.
maybe 6 inches around, probably about a foot long. They work excellent. Tell you, paracord to it, fill it full of bait, chuck that out there, and you can pull it back in.
What I thought about doing is I started looking at the regulations, and the reason why they got the regulations here is because people are taking like cups and stuff like that and throwing it in, and they're leaving the chunks of stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I thought about blending it up, making like a just a blood base to where there's no particles, and freezing it.
Yeah.
Just freezing it and using it.
When my dad did it, he'd actually take treble hooks and ice cube trays. He'd make up all of his baits, stick a treble hook in each one of the slots for the ice cube trays with the baits, freeze it, and he'd take that out the following day.
I've done that.
Sweet.
I've done that. I've taken chicken liver blood and did that. I put my
Now,
hooks in.
we should be keeping quiet on some of this stuff we're talking about because now Survival LT is going to learn how we fish.
Well, that's good. That's good, though, Ace. I hope he catches some monsters this year.
Yeah, but we'll be getting him on the big ones, and that's one less for us to catch.
Hey, you know what? I'll share the love. Plus, unfortunately for me, all you good people like you and Survival, everybody, y'all so far away from me, it don't matter.
Right?
That's like Mike Turner and Lynn. You know, they're out there fishing with their shiners and stuff like that. You can do the same thing with the shiners. Grind them up in a blender, put them into that ice cube tray with the treble hook. When Lynn and Mike go out there and they start tossing that, and that stuff starts melting, leaving that chum trail, the first thing they're going to do is hook them hooks.
I'm going to try some shiners this year. I'm going to try some shiners for catfish this year. Yeah. My buddy, I seen pictures. He's got shiners literally the size of my hand.
Yeah. You can do that with bluegill, even grind them up, blend them up that way.
I'll just keep a chunk of bluegill on mine. That's what I love down here. All the big fish I've caught have always been on bluegill. They bite the bluegill down here faster than they do the shad or the skipjack. At least to me they do. And
like I was just saying, you know, if you really think about it, when you're using shiners, all them cats are seeing is that shine in the water. All right. And there's a little bit of scent oil that they're actually releasing. Well, when that scent's ground up, frozen on that hook, and just little chunks of it are floating off, you've got 10 times the scent trail.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, I like doing this. I like taking shad, cutting them open, taking the guts out, laying that up on a hook and throwing it out. You talk about something awesome.
The gut ain't really as good as the shad itself because you've got it looks bloody as heck in the gut pile, but it's really not. All of your oil is basically in the fish meat, and that's what's flowing, leaving that trail. They're not so much after that blood trail. They're after that oil trail.
Well, the channel cats love them gut pockets. Cats love them gut pockets. They love it.
Your blues and your flatheads.
Yeah, they want the shad. Yeah, they want the
flathead. A flathead will kill just to kill when it comes to a bluegill. I don't know what it is, but they cannot stand bluegills.
The same way the bass head just be out there killing bluegill and just. And
I don't use much live bait here, even for targeting. When I target my flatheads down here, I don't use much live bait. I use cut bait. I'll grab me a bluegill, and I'll try to get a bigger one as I can. I'll cut about this much of the tail off, I'll cut the head off, and I'll cut the top fin off, and I'll throw that sucker out there like that, and that's what I use. But yeah, these shiners my buddy's got, he's had them in his swimming pool. He's got a 16-foot above ground pool, and he's had them in there for 9 years.
Wow.
He started off with 12.5 because him and his brother went out one year because they're bass fishermen, and he threw them out. He come home, we put them in the aquarium. They started turning the water too black too quick, so he took them out of the aquarium, threw them in the pool. They're like, well, we don't swim in the pool anyway. We ain't used it in 9 months. We can't keep it where it don't turn green. We're just gonna throw them out there. And he said we'll scoop them out one day, when we need them. And this was like the beginning of summer or whatever. By the end of the year, they had forgot about them. And then they started seeing little, specks coming up to the top of the water. And he's like, man, I wonder if them fish are still alive. So they went out there and took a handful of oats and threw some oats out there. And he said there was thousands of them come up to the top. He's like, what is going on? They just that much. He said he's only had a major die-off one time, which was 4 years ago, and they lost about 150 of them.
Good night.
I must have took them all out in the glove compartment of the truck, but I had a bunch of them in here.
But yeah, he said all they do is they got a throw net. They'll take the throw net and they'll open it up, walk it over like this, and just drop it in, and then pull out 6 dozen shiners at one time. He said some of these shiners are the size of bluegills. He said they're huge. He said you can catch them with a hook. Catch them in the mouth with a hook. They're that big. And he's like, man, you ever get your bait tank ready? Let me know. I'll bring you about 3 or 4 dozen of them.
You ever use a surgical tubing?
Yes.
And that bait chum ground up chum works really good in that stuff too. It's a little stinky on the fingers, but
yep.
And then, like I was telling Survival earlier for liver, I use that elastic string from Walmart out of the sewing section. Wrap the hook, put the bait on the hook, wrap the elastic string 5 times around the top of the hook up by the eye, and then wrap down over the liver, wrap it around the end of the hook and break it off. You can cast that liver out there freaking for a long distance, not have to worry about it coming off.
That's my last one. You want one of mine?
No.
Yeah, I'm glad you said something about that, Ace, because that's one of the things I've been looking for, because I was going to buy some of that bait thread that they sell online, and they want like $15, $18.
Yeah, and you go to Walmart, and in their sewing section, it's in a little package, hanging down with a bunch of the other long elastic stuff, but it's 98 cents a roll.
Yeah, I remember seeing it because I've used it for other stuff before, and I never crossed my mind.
Somebody else just popped up there. Issue.
Yeah, a rattle trap came in.
Hello, rattle trap fishing.
But yeah, that's a good idea, Ace. I never thought about that. I might try that this year. Yeah, I'm really bummed I haven't been able to go out, because the last couple of years around here in Kentucky, especially in the Louisville area with all the riots, and love that band.
Everybody talks these down now. I don't know why, but my sister actually picked this one up for me. It's the Abu Garcia, the Black Max.
Yeah.
I'm going to test this reel out.
Okay.
Trying to do a review on it. I don't know why everybody talks it down. It's a great light reel.
Yeah.
Here, Ace.
Yeah.
Baby girl just made it.
That would look good with my unicorn slippers.
That look really good instead of this JV hat.
Right?
Show them yours.
I don't know where it went. Oh.
Yeah, it's been real horrible fishing down here in Louisville the last couple. Unless you got a boat. If you got a boat, you can do good. But bank fishing wise, the last 2 years has been, last year and a half, been a nightmare, because with all the rioting they've had going on, They shut down downtown for almost 9 months straight, and then the floods and everything else. That's cool. I like that.
Baby girl, in YouTube, if you go to my page, in my about sections, my address, ship me one of them. Let me know what you want for it. I'll buy one from you.
Did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard him.
All right.
Don't text it to us on Facebook, Messenger.
She just text it to me on Facebook there, Ace.
Huh?
Messenger.
Yeah, so I'm a little bummed I ain't gonna get out. I got all this new gear I gotta try out. I have yet to try out the Cast King rod. I've yet to try out one of the flathead rods. I've yet to be able to try out any of the new reels I just bought that I haven't tried out. I've probably got at least 12 rod reels I haven't tried out.
When you try out the flathead rod, I guarantee you, if you're anything like I am, I mean, just that grip alone on them rods, I mean, I love it. And they cast beautifully. You're going to fall in love with that.
Oh, I guarantee it. I was in love with it when I seen it. I walked around the house with it all the time.
The one thing I did notice about it is he makes, now the Channel Cat rod he's got. I've never tried one of them. I don't know how light a tip it is. But he had the flathead rod and he had the Blue Cat rod. All right. The minute I got my hands on that flathead rod, I don't know why he would want the Blue Cat rod stiffer than the flathead, because that flathead rod is stiff as hell as it is.
Yeah.
Right.
I like it though. Now
Yeah,
I did have one issue with my one of my flathead rods I ordered, and my brother-in-law mentioned it earlier, and I told him I wasn't worried about it. But right here where where it's got the rubber seat right here on the top.
Yeah.
This whole part's been crushed in. It's all cracked and split.
All right. Now, hold that rod back up once, down by the reel. The one question I have on the flathead rod is, how where you screw it down to tighten up the reel seat on top?
Yeah.
It's got that rubber washer on the flathead rod?
Yeah.
What's the one for down under where the reel goes against the rod?
I don't know.
I couldn't figure that out either. But on all three of them, it has one of them little rubber O-rings down where you put the reel. So I just stuck my reel over it and smashed it down that way, thinking, well, maybe it holds the reel tighter up off the rod or something.
It probably does. Yeah, I tell you what.
Rattletrap, I'm still a little bit upset with you, bro. Call me on the phone later. We'll talk about it, okay?
Yeah, my brother pointed it out earlier. He goes, yeah, it's cracked and that. I said, yeah, it was like that when I got it. He goes, man, I'd be saying something. He said, pay that much for a rod? I'm like, dude, it's a fishing rod. It's gonna get tore up worse than that. I said, plus Chris is a good guy anyway, and I'm just so ecstatic to have the rods. I said, it probably happened in shipping. Ain't nothing he can do about that.
I lost all my stuff Christmas. That's no lie, no bullshit. Somebody broke in. They robbed my truck. They robbed half crazies. Mike Turner actually talked to Chris. Chris sent me 2, thanks to Mike Turner. And I fell in love with them so much. I ordered a 3rd one right away, bought one. And I've actually got money set aside right now. I'm actually going to order 3 more of them.
Yeah. Well, see, I was going to do that.
Half crazy don't know it yet, but that's where the other 3 are going to go.
Well, see, that was me. That's me, Ace. I was waiting for Catfish Conference, because originally I was going to get 3 Blue Cat rods, 2 flathead rods, and then I was going to buy a couple more rods from a different company. Well, then when they said originally they was canceling Catfish Conference, I'm like, well, I've got $2,500 saved up on gear, and now they're not going to have the conference. So I started ordering stuff. And I'm like, okay. And then they said, well, they're going to do it live. And I'm like, well, I can't even get off work to do it, so it ain't going to matter. And then they're like, well, we're going to keep it going for the whole weekend. I'm like, well, I done spent half my money. I had enough to probably order maybe 6 or 8 rods from them, but I didn't. I went in there, and as soon as I went there, he goes, well, we're sold out of Blue Cat rods. I looked at my wife. I'm like, well, that's what I really wanted, was one of them Blue Cat rods. That's why I ordered the blue reels.
I can't think of the name of that other gentleman, but Steve Douglas himself,
Yeah.
and then wound up buying 10 reels from this other guy to do on the giveaways. And I still cannot believe that guy ate that stinky ass power bait.
Yeah.
And that was the fiber bait on top of it,
Yeah.
just to sell 10 rods. I'd have been darned if I'd ate that.
Well, I tell you what, I ordered 3 of the blue Min Yang reels. That's the exact same color as the Blue Cat rod. And that's why I ordered 3 of them, because I was going to order 3 Blue Cat rods. And I told my wife, I said, I just got to wait till he gets them in stock again, save up some money, and I'll order the Blue Cat rods later. But now I might not order the Blue Cat rods right away. I want one of Paula Smith.
That gold reel seat looks nice on that rod.
That rod looks beautiful. That rod looks beautiful. So.
Well, there you go. You ordered 4 of them. You said you got 4 reels?
Yeah.
The wife will be all set up and really happy.
Yeah. I got to get her using a bait caster, though. But I don't think she'll have a problem with it. I handed her pretty much any rod and reel that I've got, and she's figured it out pretty quick. She's pretty good with it. My main problem is her health won't allow her to walk down to the spots I go to.
Not only that, if it's hot.
And if it gets too warm, she has what they call TIAs, or mini strokes. And if she gets out in the heat for more than 30 minutes, her body shuts down. She starts having a stroke. Yeah. So
my biggest problems with the bait casters is getting them dialed in, for that.
Yeah.
For the bait and everything to drop slowly enough to hit the dock. But once I first get them dialed in, then I have no trouble at all.
Well, see, that's why I like these Casking Rovers. Have you ever used one of these Rovers?
I haven't used the Rover yet. I want to order one, actually. I don't know if I want the 60 series or not. From what I hear, the 50 series is really good.
No, you want the 60. You want the 60.
No.
I had a 50 and it was too small. The dial on the side, it actually has numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. And
when I get mine dialed in, I've usually got that set around 5.
Yeah. But you got one on each side, and if you tweak them both just right, you could actually get it to where I've had my other one where, if I'm using a 2-ounce sinker, I can turn it up to 2, and I can almost match the ounce of sinker that I'm using. Yeah. And, I mean, it's come in nice, but the problem of it is it takes about an hour to get it dialed in like that. But I tell you what, no exaggeration, I didn't know those reels was going to cast that good. I had about 6 Abu Garcias when I moved into this house, and they all fell apart on me. And I was off work or out of work because my company had shut down, and I needed to get some new fishing gear. And I told my wife, I said, I don't want to spend all this money. I'm going to see what I can find out there that's cheap. And sure enough, I ordered one of the cheap Abus made in China. Mm-hmm. It casts great, no drag, lightweight junk as far as I'm concerned. I haven't hooked into anything with it, and I'm scared to, just to be honest. And I
used them before, and I hooked into a 40-pound shovel, and it brought it in like it was nothing. So they're okay.
Then after that, first I started off with the H2O.
Sue Gailing right now on Amazon, they have a real sexy looking lime green and black bass rod.
Yeah.
Okay. $28. So I ordered me one. Gonna go do a bunch of bass fishing.
That's cheap.
And when that rod come in, it's like,
now what's this? Store?
I don't even know if that's gonna land a freaking 2-pound crappie. Look at the tip on this rod.
Good night.
There's no way. There's no way.
Damn tiny, it ain't funny. But that green and everything that's on this rod does really look nice.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
That tip is just so white. And like you can see, I've got crappie jig on it with slip bobber, so it's gonna be my new crappie rod until it snaps.
Yeah, I'd really like to get my wife a couple. She keeps on telling me no, she don't want no rods. But I really like to get my wife a couple of them Paula Smith rods. She likes, I think a purple reel would go real nice on
See,
there.
now, that would be a great thing to get her out there fishing with them rods, but you're only going to have one downfall.
What's that? She gonna catch more fish?
We're all going to laugh at you when she outfishes your butt.
Oh, she's going to. I've been meaning to post a video on the shorts. It's from a couple years back, but it's a video of my daughter and me when we're sitting out there on the out there fishing one day, and I'm like, I posted it for Facebook. I was like, "What's up, everybody? I'm back." I said I brought my daughter down here, my favorite fishing partner. So I'm gonna teach her how to fish. She goes.
That's like LT and Willie now. This is going to be really great when we get them out there. That 2 versus 2 contest, Baby Girl and Maria against LT and Willie.
Oh God,
fishing.
I got your back, LT. I got your back.
All right, Bubby.
Way back.
I'm siding with the ladies. They're going to kick the boys' butts.
I have to side with the ladies myself. That's how I am. It's like me. I'm supposed to have a fish off with my nieces I haven't seen in years.
Yep.
And they found out their daddy told them I was on YouTube, and they made a comment that they was going to beat me in fishing. And I said, you know what? Let's do this. I said, I don't ever turn down a challenge. And I said, that's just a butt whooping I'm going to have to take.
I'd leave my pole laying on the ground, even if I'm getting a bite, just to let them win.
I'm gonna cast out with no bait. They're gonna win that contest one way or another. They're gonna whoop me. And it depends on if things were better, I would probably have them on video doing it. That way, I could show that they whoop me on video. But I don't think with the certain situations that'll happen. But
we can record it.
Yeah,
if you are fishing.
Yeah, I gotta let the kids win. It's like the last time I went to one of my favorite lakes. Well, wasn't the last time. One of the times I went when my kids was young enough and wanted to go fishing. I took them out there, and we only took 3 rods. And they're like, "Why are we only taking 3 rods?" I said, "Because I'm worried about y'all catching fish. I'm tired of y'all catching bluegill. I want to catch y'all catching catfish." That's nice.
That's like just fishing with kids that's coming up.
Yeah.
I'm going to be part of promoting. I'm going to enjoy that, just out there watching the look on their face when they're hooking the bluegill and crappie or bass, whatever, up there along the weed beds. And
yep.
That's going to be a blast right there.
Yep. I just hope you don't have to worry about the same thing I had to worry about, Ace. My dad, my stepfather, guy that raised me, he was a scoutmaster for the Boy Scouts.
Huh?
And he called me up and he's like, "Troy, I need some help." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "We're going to go down to Camp Lake." He said, "They've been stocking it and stuff all year and everything else. And we're getting a bunch of handicapped kids coming down, about 50 of them. We're going to teach how to fish."
Huh?
I'm like, I'm in like sin. He said, "Well, they said that as soon as we're done fishing, it's going to be about a 4-hour day, teaching the kids how to fish. After we're done, we can stay and fish for a couple hours." I'm like, "Cool, I'll bring my gear." So, of course, I got my $500, $600 Abu Garcia reel and rod and reel. I've got my Shimano rod and reel out there with me. I mean, I got like $1,000 worth of rods out there. And they're in the back of the truck. And I talked my little brother into going. He's like, "All right, let's do this. We're going to get these kids out there." Well, we get there and find out they wasn't handicapped kids. They was juvenile delinquents.
Yeah.
That it was all in juvenile jail. They let them out for a recess. Half of them was in there for theft. I'm like, and then they kept on walking past the truck going, "That looks expensive." Shut the truck. I looked at my dad and said, "What you get me into?" But we still had a good.
To my understanding, this is all kids. They range from 8 to, I want to say, 16.
That's what this was. That's what this was. This was 10 to 16. But at the same time, it turned out good because I think fishing changed a few of their lives because we had about 5 or 10 kids we only had like 40 people show up. There's probably a lot more, but we had 40 people show up. 40
I know for a fact that as these kids are getting on the boat, they're getting their rod, reel, and their tackle box. That's what they're going to be fishing with today.
Yeah.
When they get off the boat is when they get told it's theirs.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And then I've got my partner, Andy, that's going to be on there with me. And then we got the camera guy. So I'm thinking once we get out there, about the only thing me and Andy are going to have to do is bait up their hooks to smaller kids and net and stuff like that. So,
yeah. I mean, I love doing stuff like that. Like I said, we had about 40 kids show up that year. And I think it changed a few kids' lives because we had about 10 of them that was extremely interested in fishing. That's all they wanted to do. They didn't care about anything else. They wanted to learn how to do it. I showed them how to do it. They started doing it on their own, and they was focused. And I had a couple kids come up and tell me to my face, "Thank you so much. I wish we had somebody to take us out and do this when we was younger." You know.
Oh yeah.
Well, Larry's Bait and Tackle, they've been doing this for like 6 years now, according to what I've been being told and stuff. And the most they've ever had is 30 kids, which is this year, that have been able, their parents signed them up for it and they bring them. So that's what they're pretty much set up for. But there's 3 teams. There's myself and 2 other teams of 2 that are all based out of Larry's Bait and Tackle and Boater's Choice. We're going to take 1 kid on each boat for half an hour, take them back, and then go back out and repeatedly for like 2 days.
Yeah.
To get through these 30 kids.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice, man. It's gonna be nice. See, I love.
It's gonna be a blast, and I'm thinking they're doing it as a 2-day event because they're figuring on more kids. Because in 5 hours, that would basically 6 hours, 6-7 hours, we'd be through the first 30 kids in 1 day.
Yeah.
Figure a half hour out there fishing, maybe 5-10 minutes to get to the spot, come back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago, I filled up 2 5-gallon buckets of fish, probably about hour and a half.
Yeah, that's good.
At Channel Cat, yeah, man. Everybody's like, "You gotta leave me some," and I made my family member mad. My cousin, he went back and sat in the truck.
Hey, I had one good night like that with those worms I was talking about. We went to a pay lake, and this was when this is before when the pay lakes was actually stocked with farm raised fish. They actually had a truck brought them in. That's why I stopped going to pay lakes here, because they started using river fish, and I won't go no more. But they was just 2 or 3 pound channel cats. And I went to this lake. It was me, my ex, and her dad. We went fishing. And no exaggeration, we was at this pay lake for maybe 4 hours. We landed 97 fish.
Good night.
We had so many fish, we was giving them away. And it started off with a bang. I had one set up on the top float, and I had one on the bottom. I casted out my top float rod, tightened up some of the slack, laid it down, went to reach over, grab my bottom pole to cast it out, and I'm like, "Where'd my float go?" About that time, my rod starts moving. So I step on it, and I'm like, "What?" And I reach down and grab it. I said, "He's on there." So I'm like, "Okay, well, let me pull him in real quick." I pull him in. I cast out the bottom rod. I had him to the guy that was with me, handed him the fish. I went to grab the bottom of the top rod, put another piece of bait on it. About that time, my bottom rod starts going down. I'm like, I step on it, and I'm like, "Okay, well, pull it up, grab it, reeled it in." He goes, "That's 2 in under 5 minutes. We've only been here 5 minutes." I said, "Yeah, I know. I can't get both rods out."
No, to prove this, one of these days, I'm going to have to go over here on Dell's Mill Pond up here.
Yeah.
The Dell's Mill is publicly known. It's been on calendars and everything else. But I went out on that pond. I spent 2.5 hours. I had a shit ton of minnows, and I had one of them old wire black baskets.
Yep.
And in that 2.5 hours, I had that basket so full you couldn't shove a piece of paper inside of it with crappie.
Wow.
Hey, I tell you what, it was
was like 20 some years ago, and my picture's still hanging on the wall. Nobody's ever beat it.
You ever seen the fish baskets, the rolling fish baskets people take to like the pay lakes and stuff?
Yeah.
The big baskets. We had one.
Yep.
We had one we made that was almost the size of a, I would say, almost the size of a washer or dryer. That's how big it was. We wound up selling it to a guy at the pay lake because he asked where we got it at because he wanted something that big. We filled that thing up so much we couldn't lift it.
Wow.
We was giving people fish away. And less than a month later, they started putting a limit on the fish up there because of what we did.
I just pulled the tube off of it, but that's actually an air.
Aerator, yeah. I got
Right.
one sitting over in the corner.
My
I learned
buckler is laying down
here.
here on the floor somewhere. I just pulled, like I said, pulled the tube loose, but
Yeah, I don't have good luck with
that's
those.
actually to a 5-gallon cat litter bucket. I took the 5-gallon cat litter bucket, took the lid off, all right, wrapped the pool noodle around it, took another 5-gallon cat litter bucket, left the lid on that, but I drilled it full of holes all the way around up through the bottom. So it's like a double bucket system.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then added that, to the bucket. And I can carry all my bait right up to wherever I'm going to fish, pull it apart, drop it in the water, and my bait's all in fresh water constantly. But
Yeah.
that's just cat litter bucket setup
Yeah.
that I did.
My daughter got me a seat about a bucket about 4 years ago.
Mm.
It's a 5-gallon bucket. It's got it's camouflage, and it's got a padded seat that's hooked up to it and everything else. So I can literally throw it on my shoulder, go anywhere. Inside of it, it's got basically set up for a live well. So I can throw my live bait in there. just throw
I
it on
have that padded seat for the 5-gallon bucket, but
Yeah.
on mine, the seat will actually flip up. So it's like a little tackle box just under the seat.
That's what
Yeah.
mine is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like a styrofoam cooler in there. And the styrofoam cooler is set up for like a live well. And then there's a styrofoam tray that goes on top of it. I can put all my lures and stuff. And I can just lift the tray out and get straight to my fish.
Have you ever seen a poor man's tackle box?
Yeah.
I can show you a real poor man's tackle box. Mind you, I broke the lid.
Oh. People dropping out again.
You ain't seen a poor man's tackle box, have you?
Oh, no. He's looking for it.
He ain't seen a poor man's tackle box yet. I
Well,
can show him. I got one sitting right there.
this is also for the fisherman that is not only poor, but he's so full of shit, he has to have a crapper for a tackle box.
It ain't a poor man's tackle box.
That's
It's
a poor man's tackle box that's so full of shit, he's got to have a crapper for a tackle box.
Yep.
This is a poor man's tackle box right here.
No.
Backpack.
Poor man's tackle box is one that's so full of shit. For the tackle fisherman that's so full of shit, he's got to have a crapper to go with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I lost my both my aquariums this year, so I gotta get my bait tank going soon. I
bought bought on Amazon. I bought me one of them weight slings for
yeah.
weighing fish. It's supposed to be 18 high by 36 long.
Yeah.
Wow.
It don't look right.
It's maybe, let me fold it in half here. Maybe 20 inches by 12 high. I don't know, it ain't even 20 inches. What the hell is it?
I found something I can use better than that, Ace, and it's not gonna cost me anything. I have as soon as I find it, it's over in the corner somewhere because I had to rearrange my garage to paint the walls. Because I was looking for one of those.
There's the start. Flipping 14 inches.
Yeah. See, I was looking for one of those, and every time I went to a place to look for one, all the reviews were bad. And they're like, I wouldn't buy one. I wouldn't buy one. And I'm like, well, I need to get one. And I thought about it. I got something even better here. on my SUV, when I bought my SUV, it had one of those soft nylon like netting things that went in the back of it. It's about 2.5, 3 foot wide and about 5 foot long. I'm like, you know what? It's soft netting, so it won't hurt them. It's free, and it's prorated. It's rated to hold almost 100-something pounds. I've laid in it like a hammock. I said so.
You know, I didn't think about that, but I actually got one of them nettings going across the rear end of my PT Cruiser.
Yeah. Speaking of PT Cruisers, that's probably what I'm getting, Ace. I told my buddy,
you'll love it. They're a nice car, nice
Well, he's
vehicle.
got to work on it first.
I got to work on it first. My buddy, he's had it's a 5-speed, and the clutches went out on it twice, which I know I've owned so many Chryslers and I worked on so many PTs when I was a mechanic. I know.
Well, if you're looking for parts, I'll let mine go for $600 cash. Mine's an automatic, and it's got 48,000 original miles on a brand new crate engine that's in it.
Really?
Really?
For how much?
$600.
And it drives?
You can go out there, you can fire it up, you can drive it wherever the hell you want right now.
Bad
The
way
only
to break it in. If I could
The
say I
only
would-
thing that's the matter with it is I blew the power steering hose, so it's
Yeah.
hard to turn when you first take off.
Yeah. See, that's the same issue I'm having right now. My buddy, he had it. He just put a new clutch in it less than 6 months ago. Well, it's been sitting
And
for
the
almost-
battery's shot in it. It's got to be
Yeah.
jump started to start.
Yeah, but yeah, he had
I give $2,500 for it when I bought it.
yeah.
I busted a brake line on it. It sat for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months because I'm on very low income, so it took me a while to come up with the money to get that fixed. Drove it like maybe a month and a half, 2 months, then the power steering hose went out. But the
Yeah.
people that had it just before I got it, they overheated it, cracked the head, and it split the block. And what had happened was the heater fan went out. So
Yeah.
they put the new heater fan in. They bought the brand new crate engine, put that in it. They put new front axle CV joints, shit like that in it.
Wow.
And then I wound up buying it from them like a month and a half after they did that, 2 months.
Yeah.
And it's basically been sitting since. So, like I say, it's got way less than 48,000 miles on a brand new engine. But I can go out there right now, hook my take my truck, park next to it, jump it, it'll fire right up, and I can cruise anywhere I want to go with it.
I wish I could get out there to you because I'm paying about that much for this one, and then I know it don't run. It, like I said, it's been parked for about 9 months. The clutch went out on it. They put a new clutch in it. They drove it for 3 months, and it stopped getting fuel. So they thought the fuel pump went out. They took the
The
fuel
only
pump.
other thing that's wrong with this car is the tailgate, the latch.
Yeah.
It's got that plastic bullshit that you pull up. That broke.
But
So I took the rest out, and I've got a long pry bar, so I can reach down in there, and I can actually pop the lever,
This
and it'll open and shut the whole.
This one's got the same problem.
Huh?
But see,
But
they
I've
took
just got a long pry bar that I use to open the end gate.
they took this one apart. They took the seats out, the back seats out of it, and put a new fuel pump in it.
Hmm.
They left the seats sitting outside and forgot about them. Somebody walked off with them, so it don't have back seat. They put the new fuel pump in it. The car will still not start. Still not getting fuel. You can hear the fuel pump engage. So we don't know what's wrong with it, but he needs to get rid of it. He needs the money.
If you can hear the fuel pump engage and it's not bringing fuel up, more
See,
than
the-
likely what they did was when they dropped the tank, because your fuel pump is up under on the frame itself, the
Yeah.
unibody, and then you've got that filter, and whoever the mechanic was, if they dropped the tank at all,
No,
to change
this
the
is,
filter that's inside of there, sometimes that filter in the tank,
we'll get
it's got a pickup tube. It won't get bent. What happens is that pickup tube doesn't snap in tight,
Yeah,
and it falls off, so it can't get fuel.
Yeah. Was this one they hadn't had to worry about that one because the fuel tank or the fuel pump is actually underneath the back seat. That's why they took the back seat out. And yeah, he's like, man, I can't work on no more because unfortunately he had a work accident about 6 months ago, actually 3 months ago. We call him a pirate now because he lost basically almost half his finger, crushed it at work, and then he's done with the 3 surgeries on it already. And he's like, I can't get out there and work on it. I don't have time to work on it. I've been taking off work because of the pain. I need the money, and I'm like, well, I need a vehicle because I can't keep on driving my truck. I said, I'm a mechanic, so I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. So I was supposed to go pay him on it today. I told him either today or the next 2 days to go ahead and give him the money on it. I just got to figure out how to get it home because I know it's going to cost me at least $100 to get it towed.
But this one, you start it right up, like I say, and drive it. I just put brand new tires on it, and then 2 days later, I broke the power steering on.
Yeah. So where you live at again, Ace?
Wisconsin. That's the downfall.
Yeah, you're way out. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's got a little bit of rust on the rocker panels. I ain't gonna lie. That's the only place that's rusty.
I think they all do. That's part of being
it's a 2002, and like I say, it don't have 48,000. It's got 100 and what is it? 100 and I want to say 28,000 on the odometer, but less than 48,000 on the engine.
Yeah. Well, this is a 08, so I mean a 08, so it's not bad. And I'm getting it for about $500. So
2002 and the 08s, all the parts will interchange. They never changed.
They never changed nothing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's got new tires, got new battery, brand new clutch. I mean, almost half the car's been replaced. My main thing is getting it over here in my garage right now.
And this one's not a stick. This one is automatic.
Well, that was my only thing that stopped me about this car.
This is a stick.
Because I'm on a tight budget, real tight budget, even though I work 65 hours a week. And I won't make a car payment. I don't do car payments. I went in one time on a venture with a buddy of mine, co-signed for him. He wound up paying almost $35,000 for a car that was worth about $2,000.
And I'll even put it to you this way too. I mean, I'm asking $600 for it. Well, I don't need that in cash.
Yeah,
I'll accept rods and reels.
The bad about it is I got enough rod and reels to do that. The problem of it is getting down there to get it would be my problem.
Well, you get down here, I guarantee you'll drive it and make it all the way home.
Yeah, because I tell you what,
she'll be a little hard turning without that power steering line.
There.
That's my main problem right there, Ace. We don't have one reliable vehicle in the house. We both have 1999s. I got a 1999 Mercury Mountaineer. She's got a 1999 Dodge Caravan. Caravan's got three.
We got a Greyhound bus stop, not even 20 miles from me. I'll pick you up.
You think it's not going to be that expensive?
Hey, I'm not gonna come down there though, Ace, unless we're gonna go fishing while I'm down there. So
we can definitely do that. I'll show you one heck of a honey hole. And you can look it up on the Google map too. It's Chippewa River. Just look up where O'Neill Creek comes in off the Chippewa River. Yeah. On the aerial map, you can see the handicap fishing dock. Yeah. And just around the corner, there's a bridge. And just opposite side that bridge, right there in that dock. Them are my two favorite spots.
I heard that. That's always why I'm buying this car, though. I didn't want to buy. My knee's going out on me. I'm probably going to need a knee replacement, so I really didn't want to get a 5-speed or manual. But it is what it is, because on the budget I'm on, I can't get anything over, $1,500 car. And right now, getting even a piece of junk from the 80s for $1,500 is impossible. So this is the best deal I've come across. He's a good friend of mine that needs the money. And, hey, I'll take 26 miles to the gallon over my 8 miles to the gallon I'm getting now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And with that, it is the 4-door, which
that is the downfall with PT Cruisers. I mean, even though they're a 4-banger, they do like their fuel.
Yeah. But still, 20, I think it says 26 miles per gallon on the highway. That's a lot better than what I'm used to. I get 8 miles per gallon right now. I literally get 8 miles per gallon. Luckily, I only work about a half block away, but I still go through, with gas prices being as high as they are now, I still go through $40 every 2 weeks in gas. And that's
I get the 26 miles per gallon with the Cruiser. But now my Chevy pickup, little S10, it's got the little 4-banger in it. And I'm getting right around 32, 34 with it.
Yeah.
I'll explain that one. That's a pickup truck versus a car. Well, it's not really a car. PT Cruiser is titled as a van.
Yeah. You know what the difference is the gearing.
Yeah.
So why is my truck geared better than the car?
Because it's a truck. Because it's a truck. It's going to have better gears, or at least it better have better gears. But yeah, I'm going to wind up getting that PT most likely. Like I said, I'm supposed to go get it already. I got to figure out how to get it home. The problem of it is me and him work night shift, so that's good. With me, he'll be there. But his son's the only one that's got a truck, and he was talking about towing it back over here. And he works day shift. So I'm like, well, we're not going to tow it because I'll be at work while you're asleep, and you'll be at work when I'm asleep. So
yeah, I grew up driving Cadillacs and loving Cadillac. And then I started driving Volkswagens and fell in love with the Volkswagen line. And the PT Cruiser is the closest I've gotten to the Volkswagen. And you can get through into tight holes, everything else with them little cars.
Yeah. I mean, I've always loved the way they look, but being a mechanic for so many years and having so many come in every day, every day we'd have 4 of them come in, and there was always something wrong with them. I'm like, man, I don't want to get a PT now because they fall apart. But for the price I'm paying for it, I know all the stuff, new on it and everything else. Like I told my wife, 2008 is a better base to work to start with if I got to put money into a car than a 99.
Yeah.
Plus,
I had a buddy here a year ago. He wanted to buy it for me really bad. And I wish I'd have just give it to him. But then again, he got into a car wreck, wound up getting himself killed. He was going to take the Cruiser and he was going to totally gut it, gut the undercarriage out from under it, motor and all that.
Yeah.
He was going to put it up onto a Dodge 4x4 frame.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was joking around about that with mine. I thought I was joking around about that with mine because a buddy of mine's got a 57 Chevy C10 wagon. And I was talking about buying it from him, and it's in bad shape. And I mean, I know when you get to older vehicles like that, they're expensive, but in the shape that one's in, because I've helped him work on it, to me, it's not worth maybe $2,000-$3,000 at the most. Especially since the engine and transmission he wants to take out of it, it ain't worth that much for it. But I was joking around because I got that Mountaineer straight frame, and I've got it lifted up, 3-inch lift kit on it, 32-inch mud tires on it. I was joking around, so I'll get that old wagon, I'll take it, put it on my straight frame, put 302 underneath of it, and I'll just have a lifted 57.
And
I had a 318 Power Wagon, was lifted 12 inches, and I had a 71 Duster body up on top of that.
Yeah.
When I was younger. That was
I'd
sweet.
love to have something like that. I'd love to, but with gas prices the way they are, no.
Nope. I had a Dodge Aspen a long time ago when I was a teenager. Had a Harley 4-barrel. That thing passed everything up by a gas station.
Yeah.
Baby girl, to answer that question, I'd probably buy 2 of them from you. If you can do something like the one that LT has and something in like a lime green, that'd be great. Just let me know your address or PayPal. We can do it 2 ways. I can either send the money to your PayPal or I can send you a money order through the mail.
Money order.
Money order be fine. We ain't got PayPal yet.
All
Got to
right.
get hooked up all that stuff.
Yeah, like I wanted to get a little 4-cylinder, like little Kia that that's going to get 35 miles a gallon so I can travel better. But then I needed a vehicle for fishing. And I started thinking, well, I got 7.5 foot rods that don't break down.
Yeah.
They're not going to fit in there. Even my whisker seekers, when you break them in half, they're almost 5 foot. Well, they're 4.5 foot long because it's 9.5 foot rod. So they're not going to fit in the trunk of anything. I'm like, so I'm going to have some kind of SUV or something. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just get the PT. We was joking around about it the other day, and then I was talking to my buddy, and I asked him to measure the inside of it.
If they're 9'6", the PT, they will not fit if they're one piece.
No, they're two piece. They're two
Right,
piece.
that'll work perfect, because if you go from the back tailgate all the way to the windshield on the lower part of the dash,
Yeah.
tight, an 8 foot 2x4 just fits.
Well, see, I was asking my buddy about that the other day, and he said something about I asked him how long the headliner was. He goes, I think it's like 7'2" or something like that. I was like, okay, that'll work, because my 7 foot rods, and everything else. And I told my wife, I said, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get some back seats for it. I'm gonna make a rod rack that hangs to the ceiling, and I'll just mount my rods in the ceiling of the PT, and we'll just leave it like that and just drive it. So
I got another friend up here. He's got, well, mine's silver. Mine's the hard top, but I've got a buddy of mine that's got the exact same thing. His is blue, and he's got the convertible top.
Yeah.
And then in his garage, he's got another version, and these are really rare. There was only 60 of them, I think, that they made in the PT Cruiser line. And that's the two-door PT Cruisers.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've worked on one.
There's only 60 of them ever built out of the Plymouth factory, Chrysler factory.
That color right there, Ace?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay. That right there, we gotta find a whole thing of it.
Yeah, I gotta get something soon. I gotta get her a new vehicle. We've been trying to find her a new vehicle for 2 years.
Hmm.
I'm kind of the downfall on that one though, because she's looked at some decent cars and needs a mechanic and everything else. I've shunned her away from some decent price cars, and it's only because, like with the Dodge she's got now, it runs and drives great. It needs probably maybe $400 worth of front end work on it, and some transmission mounts redone because the transmission bolts stripped out. But I'm like, okay, well, it's all beat to crap, interior shot. You need something better to start with. You know, you need something better if I'm going to sink money into it. And then she'll start pulling up stuff, and she'll be like, well, what about this one right here? And I'm like, no.
You tell me no on something.
If you had a way to come get this one, you mean, I'd even go as far as I'd say I'll go to Walmart and spend the $68. I'll put the new battery in it, but I can't do the power steering hose because I think it was like $187 they wanted to install that.
Yeah, I can put it on myself.
Tight to get up into it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a vacation and go get it.
I'll guarantee you this car runs excellent. I mean, it'll start, it'll drive, do anything you want to do, but it's a bitch to steer right now without that power steering.
Well, if he takes a vacation, we'll come out there and he can put it on out there.
She can drive it home. Yeah, I tell you what, I gotta do something. Like I said, I've told her like on like the Chevy Impalas. When I was at the shop, we get 7 of them a week, and they would all have the same issue.
And the guy I bought it from lives just the other side of town here.
Yeah.
The shop up in Altoona.
Yeah.
They have all the records of everything that was done to this car, the new engine, all that stuff. I can prove every bit of that to you.
Wow.
I would believe you. I'd believe you anyway, Ace. I mean, you're an honest person. I believe you anyway. But yeah, I mean,
my only downfall is like I'd be driving it now, but like I say, I'm on a tight freaking income. I'm on. I broke my back a while back. I'm not on full Social Security disability. I'm on that partial, and I'm
Yeah.
only getting $6.59 or $6.39 a month.
Yeah.
So by the time I pay my rent, pay my electric, my internet, there ain't much left. So I got to piece everything together. And the car right now, and putting fuel in the truck and doctor appointment, medications, there's no budget for the new parts for the car.
No, I understand that, brother. I understand that. She just now got her disability about a year and a half, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. She fought it for years and years. She went into the bad thing is she went into the Social Security office and applied for Social Security. They asked her why she needed it. She goes, okay, I've had 2 heart attacks.
I had 3 heart attacks.
Well, I'm talking about at the time. She had 2 heart attacks. She already had a stroke, a major stroke, had a blood clot in her heart that they can't get out, that's lodged in her heart. She's got COPD, PTSD, and anxiety.
Wow.
She's got a rare blood disorder, and
That causes blood clots.
and she has a
Kidney disease now.
kidney disease now. They've diagnosed with kidney disease, but she's also got something called taco something. It's some like broken heart syndrome.
Broken heart syndrome.
And she went in there and they's like, well, you can still work.
What?
Yeah.
That-
It took her. We went to court. We went to court and she's sitting in the courtroom and the judge literally looked at her.
You said I had applied for disability 3 times.
Yeah, she had applied for disability 3 times. He looked at her in her face into her lawyer. He goes, what are you doing here? And she told him, he goes, no, what are you doing here in my courtroom?
Yeah. 'Cause
Basically, they
my
should have let her
file-
hiding.
My file was like
Yeah, her
2
file.
3 inches thick.
Huh.
And they're like, he's like, you should have never been in my court. You should
Wow,
have never
that-
done all this.
Because the
That's
first
like
time,
this other, when the $1,200 stimulus come out, I actually got that
Yeah.
right along with everybody else here in the building. But then they sent that $600 one. I haven't received that. And everybody here in the same building I'm in is on the same basically income type situation I am, but they're getting full benefits. They've all even got their $1,400. I haven't even seen that yet.
I just got my 1,400. I didn't get this. I got the 600 and the 1,400. I didn't get the first 1,200.
it was child support.
I think child support took it. Even if I'm not behind on child support here in Kentucky, if you get money, they take it.
Yeah.
Even if you don't owe them anything, they take it. And at least for me,
You know, I got the first 1,200, but I haven't gotten the second two. That's what I'm not understanding here yet either.
I
That
just
first
got
1,200 helped me a hell of a lot.
And they
Is
did.
Paid up the biggest share of my bills.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, this guy's on the truth. I just got mine about 3 days ago, Ace, and that's why I'm trying to get a car now because, you know, that's about what my account's got in it. It's $1,400. So, yeah, I stayed.
I just hope like hell I get it because that'll take care of a lot of the bills I've got right now.
I gotta quit spending money. Is my problem.
Yeah.
I do. I've got a bad spending habit.
I don't have it. He has.
Yeah, she could save a dime, and next month it'd be $100. Don't know how she does it, but you know, I
Do I?
But if I get that $1,400 within the next few days, I can get, you know, half crazy. I could put the hose on it. I'd have to charge you whatever the shop charged me to do that. I could drive the car up to you and it'd just be the $600 and whatever that part and labor was for the power steering. I'd drive it to you and half crazy could bring me home.
y'all can do that.
Who's that
As
crazy?
long as you bring fishing, as long as you come down here for plan on staying for a day.
Yeah,
And
you could do
I'll
that.
call in. I'll call into work and be like, "Hey, I can't come in. I can't do that too much because I tell you what, I had to take off the last 2 days, and they're probably be mad as hell at me already."
There's another $2,000 stimulus coming out too. They just passed it on the 3rd month.
Really?
Were they that?
Yep.
Another $2,000?
And they're talking about this $200 raise too for Social Security disability, but I haven't heard
Well,
any
you know what
more
they're
on
trying
it
to do,
either.
don't you? They're trying to make it. They're trying to get everybody ready for when they raise this, raise everything because They want to make minimum wage $15 an hour, which a lot of people don't understand. That puts everybody in a higher tax bracket, and they're wanting to raise taxes.
Yep.
So it's going to put everybody in tighter budget. It's like I told my wife and my kids, I was trying to explain to them. I'm like, with what I make right now at work, if they pass the new tax laws, I'm going to lose $100 more a week. Is what it's going to cost me.
You know what really sucks on that is all these waitresses that are out there. They'll never see that $15 an hour.
No, they
Because
won't.
99% of them work for, well, my sister, I know for a fact, she works at truck stop in Arceo. She gets a flat rate of $2.50 an hour. That's all she gets paid. If she doesn't make it up in tips,
she don't get nothing.
Get crap.
Yeah, I know. I've got friends like that. But see, that's the whole thing, though, Ace, is they're gonna raise the taxes on us, which can put us in a higher tax bracket.
Yes.
Which I'm going to lose $100 extra a week, so about $400 a month I'm losing on money, and then the price of everything is going to double. It has to pay their employees. So not only are you going to be making less money, everything's going to cost more. It's going to leave
doing all this to make the rich richer.
Yep. And us poor people are going to stay poor.
Yeah, we're going to be. I'll give it a year or two. We belong to China.
Oh yeah,
we already do. We already belong to China and Japan. I mean, seriously, think about it. 99% of the companies here in the U.S. are owned by Japan and China.
I work in one of the biggest factories as far as in my city. I work in one of the biggest packing factories here, and it's owned by China.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a product that everybody uses every day, some way or shape or form. I pack for Bath and Body Works, and they're owned by China. And we nearly pack out close to, I say, $3 million worth of merchandise a night.
We've got a big paper mill right here in Eau Claire, or Chippewa, I should say. It's it's on the border of Eau Claire, Chippewa. I think it's more Chippewa side. Their address is Chippewa, but they do all the paper products for toilet paper, and that's owned by the Japanese corporation.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, at least 80% of the United States is owned by foreign countries.
And the sand mine that's actually in Chippewa, they just closed it down. That's owned by a company out of China.
Yeah.
For that silicon sand that they're mining here in Wisconsin.
Yep. Yeah, we're owned by everybody, but I mean, all we can do is do what we can do. I'm just trying, like I tell my wife and everybody, and my kids, I try to explain to them, I'm just trying to leave a legacy when I go. That's my whole thing. You know, that's why I buy everything I do buy, because nowadays you can invest money and lose it the same day. You know, if I get stuff that I got right now, a lot of it's only going to get, you know, worth more. It's like my Sportster. If I don't get rid of it, you know, it's a 79 iron head. Right now, in the condition it's in, it's probably worth about $4,500, $5,000 in the condition it's in. You know, imagine that 20 years from now, all original. You know, it's going to be worth twice, if not triple that, to a collector. And
I don't know what size it is, but like I was telling you, in my storage shed, sitting down to my brother's, I've actually got a 1965 Harley Davidson Panhead.
Yeah, I'd love to have that.
Wow.
The guy that had it hit a semi head on. It killed him. The motor on the bike, it totally bent the shit out of the bike, but the motor on the bike still ran. The transmission was still good on the bike. The lady his wife told my dad when it came into the scrapyard years ago when I was younger, we ran G&B Scrap and Auto. She told him that the bike had to go through the crusher. She wanted none of it back out on the road, but Dad saved the motor and trans.
Yeah. I'd kill to have that. I'd love to have that. You ever go to part with that, let me know.
I've thought a few times about parting with it, but then, I mean, being a 65, and my dad got it in the early 70s, so I have no
Yeah.
clue what it's even worth or price of that or anything.
Yep.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. That's why I buy all the, like I told her, when it comes to my tools, when it comes to my fishing gear and stuff like that, I only buy the best stuff I can buy. Like I told my kids, I said, my life insurance that I got will cover the bills, will pay for the house, but that's not going to leave y'all nothing to live off of. When my dad died and my mom died, the only thing I was left was about $40,000 in debt. Funeral costs.
If I remember right, the front jug had one fin that was cracked on it, and it's got a couple of scrapes in the side plate.
Yeah.
On the, I want to say the right side of the bike. And then I've got an old Indian down there too that's got a 5-speed shifter right in the center of the goddamn gas tank. I haven't fired it up in years. Don't even know if it'll fire up anymore. I remember my dad when I was younger riding it all the time.
Yeah.
But the shifter is right in the center of the damn thing. It's got the clutch down on the foot thing, and
yep. One of the old suicide shifts. Now they got it even worse. Now they're back here in the back. You have to reach back and shift them back here.
I don't remember what it was called, but now that you mentioned, I remember Dad calling them the suicide bike.
Yep. And nowadays the suicide shift, they lean more towards the back wheels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. I thought about putting a suicide shift on my Sportster, but
We don't want suicide on anything.
yeah, I don't know if I need that or not.
This one, the dang shifter is actually right in the center of the tank.
Yeah. That's what I wanted, something like that.
I have no idea what year it is, but I know it's from back in the 60s.
Yeah, I want to put a suicide shift right there, right next to the gas tank, where it reaches out by my front leg and just grab it. That's what I thought about doing on my small bike, just for the fun of it. But I sit down and drew the blueprints on how to do it. It wouldn't have cost me much. And then I talked myself out of it about 4 times.
I know my mom and dad were married in 1962. I was born in 63.
Yeah.
And my dad said he had that bike for like 10, 11 years before him and mom met. So,
yeah. Well, that Indian, I guarantee you right now, is worth a pretty freaking penny.
it's pretty dusty. I mean, it had nothing done with it.
It don't matter.
Last time I know that it was fired up was back in 97 when my dad passed away.
Yeah.
He rode it that morning, and later in the afternoon he passed away in his sleep.
That sucks.
See you guys later.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. I tell you what, I've done amassed so much stuff that it's unbelievable. And that's why I stay broke. If I stop spending money, I might actually have money in my pocket, but I can't. I gotta do something for my kids, Like I said, I've set up a decent life insurance policy for them, that'll pay off the house.
I've got a $250,000 life and policy through the credit union that I pay for every month. That's burial fee and all that good stuff. But my tackle will end up going to my son. My computer stuff and everything else will be split between my 6 daughters.
Yep.
We got the 1 boy and 6 girls. So.
Well, I've got 2. I've got to split it between. But like I told them, right now, just in tools, fishing gear, and bikes alone, I got close to $100,000. So.
Wow. Yeah, I got
like I said, I know my son will end up with my fishing gear and stuff because he fishes and my daughters don't. They don't get into fishing at all.
Mine are the opposite. My daughter will go fishing with me anytime I want to go, unless I go to the river, because she don't want to be in the mud. But we go any place else, creek or whatever she wants to go. She's done asked me a couple times already this year to go. My son, he could care less. He's done it a couple times. He's landed some nice fish. He's like, I'm done.
My grandkids know that's another story. They may end up fighting with my son over it, but There's a few of them that are into fishing big time.
Yeah. But yeah, I got an insurance policy on the house that I pay every month. That if anything happens to me, it's paid off. I got $250,000 in life insurance through the same company. I've also got $50,000 through my work, or $25,000 through my work, and I've got another $75,000 through my car insurance company.
Wow.
That's all paid for every month. That's one reason why I'm broke. But
I haven't worked now. I haven't worked at all now for it's going on 11 years now. I used to run my own company, construction company, and got onto a roofing job. I was doing all the tin roofing, and I didn't want to send my employees up, so I got up on the damn tin roof 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, I should have waited till 9:30. Had a little bit of dew on the roof, and I knew better. When I hooked up my safety rope up top, I didn't get it clipped just right. So when I let myself slide down a little bit to start screwing the bottom row, I wound up sliding right off a 2-story roof and folded myself in half backwards on my 2-ton truck rack.
Yeah.
Woke up in the hospital. They told me I'd never walk again. Well, I proved that to be a bunch of bullshit because I can get up and I can walk. I can't walk very far. I've got to use my canes pretty much constantly. Got a wheelchair sitting behind my green screen over that way. 2 walkers sitting over here. But I hardly ever used walkers. Very seldom used that damn wheelchair. I think I've used it once or twice. Sat in that son of a bitch for 6 months and got the hell out of it.
Well, that was me. That was me, Ace. I was a skateboarder back in the day, and I come off of a half pipe and broke both my kneecaps. Knocked both my knees sideways. They put me in a wheelchair. I was in it for about 6 weeks, and they're like, "Well, you got to wait, 3 months, and then we're gonna put you through physical therapy. Then we're gonna do this." And I'm like, "No." After 6 weeks of sitting there, I got up and I made myself move.
One thing I will admit, though, is when I get to Walmart, I do use their power cart while I'm shopping there.
Yeah.
But I feel like the biggest freaking retard ever riding around through the store on that damn thing.
I understand that. I've used it once. See, my main problem is I work too much, and my doctors have tried to get me to try to apply for my disability, and I can't because it's so strict right now that I know I won't get it. I've blown out my shoulder. I need knee replacement right now. Both my knees are shot. I need one of them replaced right now. I got 3 herniated discs in my back. I have heart troubles and everything else, and I get shakes real bad. I've got muscle deterioration to where if I work on a class, I quit being a mechanic. If I go out there and turn a wrench for an hour or two, when I get done, my hands are shaking like this for 2 hours. And I've been had 3 doctors tell me the more you use it, the worse it's going to get. Your muscles are already.
I grew up in a family of 8 kids, so my parents were the type they didn't care what we did growing up. So at 12 years old, I was already behind the steering wheel of an old beat-up car that my dad gave me while I was laying in the hospital getting my appendix out. He flipped the keys right on my incision. That hurt like hell. He says, "There, that's yours. Do what you want with it." I drove it around the farmyard for a while. I don't remember what happened to it, but something went wrong with it. I had to learn to clean the points, set them. And 3 days later, I drove over to the scrapyard, which was 5 miles across backcountry roads.
Yeah.
Talked to the guy over at the scrapyard. Well, I wound up going to work for him until I was like 18. He shot his girlfriend in the back, went to prison anyway. But I worked at the scrapyard with him, learned everything about mechanics. Went from there to the nursery. Drove truck, worked in a nursery, Christmas tree nursery. My grandparents, the whole time, they ran Hunter Excavating and Septic Service. So then I turned around and started my own started a scrapyard business. Got my dad involved in that, and we went in partners. My dad wound up taking over at the end. but I went into construction. So with my grandparents being in the excavating industry and then me in the construction, I always had them do the foundations, basement digging, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it worked out really good over the years, and
I
that's
went
pretty
down
much
for-
my whole work history there in a nutshell.
Yeah, I went the opposite route. I started off as doing construction. I started doing construction when I was like 13 years old.
30
And
plus
the-
years I did the construction.
Yeah. The bad thing about with the construction is if I would have been a year older, when I was 17, I had 4 months to go. The company I was working for sold out to the military base here in Kentucky, right down the street from where I'm at now. They sold out to a government contract. They signed a contract with the government, is what they did. And they was like, well, we're going to double everybody's pay. They literally doubled everybody's pay right there on the spot. Well, since I was only 17, I couldn't go work. Even though my mother was willing to sign any paperwork saying, I was allowed since you had to be 18 to work.
Right.
And they told me, as soon as you hit 18, come back to the company. We'll hire you on through the company, and then you'll work under contract with the government over here. I'm like, cool, no problem. A month before I turned 18, the company I was working for, which was J&J Construction, they sold the company to the military themselves, and all the employees went to them. So I couldn't go work for them. I ran into one of my buddies about 10 years ago. I ran into him, and I asked him, I said, how you doing, man? I said, I ain't seen you since, in 20 years. What you been up to? He goes, oh, I'm retired. I said, retired, dude? Were you like 50? He goes, yeah. And then we was in the gas station. He comes out. He gets in this brand new Mercedes. I'm like, what are you doing? When he retired because he topped out. His top out pay was $56 an hour. And he had been topped out for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have a house. He lived in a little bitty apartment, and stayed in that same apartment the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He said, man, he goes, I woke up one morning and realized I got like almost, I got $750,000 in the damn bank. He said, from working so much, and I figured it's time to retire.
Now, when I was 20 years old, I used to kid around and tell everybody I screwed my whole life up by coming back up here and getting married and stuff like that and having kids. And doing that was probably the best thing I ever did in my life was coming back and getting married and having kids. But at 20, I went back to Illinois. I got a job with T.P. Matthews out of Wonder Lake, Illinois. He owns the water company down there in Illinois. Chicago, McHenry, Wonder Lake, all that area. Used to go around, read meters, go around the water towers, put all the chlorine and fluoride in. And I wasn't licensed to do the chlorine and fluoride. He was going to send me to schooling to get licensed for that, but they had me doing it anyway. And then I was making $27.50 an hour, 8 hours a day at that job. And then at night I went over to Harvard for federal cleaning out of Chicago, Illinois, in the Harvard plant over there where they made the Ace Hardware lawnmowers back then.
Yeah.
I was making $28 an hour over there. So I was working 2 8-hour jobs every flipping day, Monday through Friday. I'd sleep in my truck in between jobs. Made damn good money doing that. And then like I said, I come back up here, got married and had the kids and did all the construction after that up here.
Yeah, I took a major pay cut when I quit being a mechanic because I was making anywhere between $19 to $22 an hour as a mechanic.
Now, if I would have stayed with the scrapyard when I was younger, and he wouldn't have shot his girlfriend and went to prison, I had it made back then because any vehicle that come into that scrapyard and I wanted it, all I had to do was hop in it, drive it home.
Yeah.
That's just how Melvin, the guy that owned the scrapyard, worked. I mean, I worked basically $10 a day, and any vehicle I wanted, well, I could take up to 2 vehicles out of the scrapyard a week. That was my bonus pay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
trust
took
me,
a-
I had a lot of nice looking satellites, Impalas, Bel Airs. We had a 57 Chevy ragtop come in. I drove home. Being a kid, 13, 14, 15 years old, you got to beat the vehicles through the woods.
Yeah. But yeah,
Do
like I said, I
donuts
took a
out in the
major pay
field.
cut. I was making $19 to $22 an hour, and I can literally say I make less than $15 an hour now.
If
And I work 4 hours. And I
I
work.
would have kept some of them cars and not beat the hell out of them that I got at that scrapyard, I'd be a self-made man right now.
Oh, I can imagine. I've had some nice ones back in the day too, and I kick myself every day. But you know the worst one? This is the God's honest truth. I put this on everything. We went to buy my mom a house, okay? My stepfather called me up. He's like, I know you got your place and everything else, but I need help. I said, what do you need? He said, well, you know your mom's got cancer. I said, yeah. He said, I want her to have a house. She wants a house. I want to go buy her a house. He said, but my income is about $150 short a month to get her the house she wants. He said, if you go in with me, he says, your income and my income will match out. He said, we can get her the house. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give up my apartment, come live in the basement, whatever. I don't care if I have to. For my mom, I'll do that. I said, well, let's go check out the house. We get there. There is an all original 1968 Mustang Shelby GT sitting in the garage.
Oh, wow.
All original. The only damage to this car was about a coffee cup size dent in the rear quarter panel. That was it. Everything was all original. 47,000 miles on the vehicle.
This car I'm about to show you did not have a dent or a scratch in the body.
Rental kind of fishing says we're still here.
Over end to end 3 times, over sideways 7 times. And I had so many people so pissed off at me because I raced that car.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Now, I can't tell anymore.
A 1970 Dodge Charger.
Yeah. I'd be upset too.
Had the 440 4-speed.
Yeah. But do you know how much a 68 Mustang Shelby GT is worth?
Yeah, I know exactly what they're worth.
We pulled up, and this is no exaggeration. We walked in, an older lady was selling the house. And
You remember the 1971 Ford Mustang Grande?
Yeah.
I had a black one.
We walked into this house, and this car sitting in the garage. We walked in, and my dad looks at this car. He goes, oh, my God. I'm like, is that what I think it is? He said, yes. I'm like, and I said, no wonder the lady wants to sell the house. I said, she got a gold mine sitting in the garage right now. She's ready to retire. And then my mom comes in. She's going through the whole house, and she goes in the garage, and she goes, oh, this gold car's got to go. She goes, well, I was going to leave it with the house. My mom argued with this lady for 5 hours. If we buy the house, the car has to go first. I'm like, Mom, stop. Just stop what you're doing. Me and my dad stopped and was talking to her. She goes, well, they said the engine locked up on it and everything else. And I'm like, I said, how long has it been parked? She said, about 35 years. Wow. She said, I bought it brand new. I drove it about 4 or 5 years, and then I parked it because they said the engine was locked up on it. My dad goes, can I try something? She goes, I don't care. Go mess with the whole thing. I don't care. It's some junk. And he walks out there. We pop the hood. He puts a wrench on the dang flywheel, spins it. He goes, that engine ain't locked up.
Well, that 1971 Mustang Grande I was just telling you about?
Yeah.
That came into the scrapyard in 1978. When it came in, the story behind it was it ran. He took it to the parts house. He bought brand new spark plug wires, brand new plugs, went home. He changed the wires, the plugs, and it wouldn't start no more.
Yeah.
Sit, spit, pop, backfire, carburetor start on fire. And my boss, Melvin, wasn't at the scrapyard at the time, so I'm stuck there by myself. You know, I'm supposed to be cleaning engine blocks and stuff like that. I says, well, it's scrap. The most I can offer you is $50. He gives me the keys, title. I hand him the $50. I go back to working on stripping a few engines. Quitting time comes up. Walked over there. I popped the hood. Started looking at the cap, the wires. Walked over, popped the hood on another 302. Looked at the wires and cap. Yeah, there's the problem. Rewired the damn thing and she fired right off.
I wouldn't doubt it. But see, the bad about it is, Ace, this 68 that I'm talking about, that was only 22 years ago.
Huh?
It had been sitting that long.
He literally pulled every wire off the goddamn thing and then just put them back wherever.
But yeah, the funniest part about the whole story was, though, is we tried to beg my mom and leaving the car there. She's like, we're like, Mom, just don't argue. We'll keep the car there. You know, because she's like, I'll sign over the title and everything. I got the title for it. She said, I've had it for years. She goes, y'all can have the car. And I'm like, yeah, we'll keep it in there. My mom argued with her. So, and my dad goes, we ain't winning this argument. I said, no, we ain't. So she called a tow truck. We was there when the tow truck showed up. The guy goes in to pull the car out of the garage, and his eyes light up to the size of, you know, watermelons. He's like, he goes, so where am I taking this car? She goes, I don't know. I guess to us. She goes, I don't know where to take it to yet. She goes, I don't want to take it to a scrap yard. He goes, well, what are you going to do with it? She goes, I don't know. I guess I'll have it towed to my other house and just put in the driveway. Mm-hmm. And he goes, well, if you ever want to sell it, let me know. He goes, I'll sell it. She goes, I don't know what to sell it for. He goes, let me see something. He starts looking around. He looks at his phone and stuff. And that's back when they had the old brick phones. He starts looking at his phone. He starts pushing numbers. He calls somebody. He goes, all I can do is $2,000. He said, it's all I got right now. She goes, you'll give me $2,000 for the old beat up car? He goes, yeah, I will. He goes, I can get it for you in the next half an hour. And she's like, oh, well, you can have it for $2,000. And then we watched him smile the whole time he's riding away with this car. And I looked at my mom. I said, do you know what you just did? She said, no, what? I said, you just gave away a car that the lady was going to leave here, that if it was running would be worth more than the house.
Yep.
She's like, do what? I said, in the condition this is, all original tires and everything. I said, if this car was running, it would probably be worth about $100,000. She goes, I said, yes, we told you to leave the car there.
Yeah, I like Ford Mustang so much.
That Charger, when I bought it, dent free. I only paid $35 for it. Bought it for scrap.
I like Shelby's. I like Mustang so well. I named my daughter Shelby.
Yeah. I'm not really a Mustang fan. I've never been a Mustang fan. But, man, I seen that Shelby GT sitting in that driveway, in that garage. And I tell you, I'm not going to say, because we're on stream, I'm not going to tell you what I did to myself. But you know what I'm going to say, what I'm thinking. You know, I was like, let's just put it this way. Body functions were all out the window that day. Because I tell you what.
The Chargers, the Super Bs, all of them were nice. The Road Runners. But my favorite car was always a 1966 or a 67 Plymouth Satellite.
Yeah.
To this day, I always loved them square taillights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a chance a long time ago I lived down in the hills. Bought a Dodge Charger. It had the Run Rooter kit it and everything. $100. The original parts are still in the barn in trash bags.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And you could never catch the guys home. The guy was a firefighter and his wife was a school teacher.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I've had some nice ones. I had my nicest car I ever had. I traded an old used car battery for it and two half blown speakers to a friend of mine. I told him they was half blown too. He goes, I don't care. They'll work for a couple months. And I'm like, yeah, but they don't get as loud as they used to. They was house subs and stuff. He said, yeah, they still bang though. He said, they still sound good. I'm like, yeah, but they sounded a whole lot better last year. He goes, I don't care. I'll trade you those and a battery from my other car for this one. I'm like, okay. I picked up a 1974 Chevelle Laguna with swivel seats.
Oh,
I love it. For
Well,
that-
right now, I'm looking for one of two cars. If I find either one of them, I'm going to be happy as hell. My first pick is a 1965 Buick Sport Wagon. Had the full side window on the roof, and then it had the two-piece in the center of the roof. Second choice is the Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser.
Yeah,
that's a nice one right there, that Oldsmobile.
The Buick is 10 times better, trust me, because the Oldsmobile, some of them had the 350 block in them,
Yep.
but the Buick had that 411 Wildcat, 412 Wildcat,
yeah.
and then they had the 311 Wildcat. That 412 Wildcat, you couldn't beat that.
I seen a Shelby Fastback here a while back down Reynolds Lake. I had to stop and take a picture of that, man. Jet black.
Hmm.
I know it wasn't original color, but it was nice.
Somewhere around here, I've actually got a VCR tape that my buddy took with my 1965 Buick Sport Wagon. I was going 90 mile an hour down Highway 10 just outside of Osseo. And I slapped that son of a bitch in reverse and nailed her right to the floor. And I'm sliding, skidding forward. And before I come to a stop, I blew both back brand spanking new tires on that car.
I wouldn't doubt it.
With it wanting to back up.
Yeah, I've had some decent ones. I actually made some good deals too. Another one I traded a car stereo and a car battery for. My buddy had, it was either 69 or 70 fastback or something like that. Needed a battery and some other stuff for it. He had a 77 Firebird that he had sitting there, and it belonged to another friend of ours. He goes, "I'll give you the Firebird for a battery and some other stuff." And I gave him probably $100 worth of stuff, $200 worth of stuff at the time. And I got that Firebird, and I drove that sucker to the
What
ground.
color was it? And don't tell me maroon.
What, the Firebird?
Yeah.
It was blue.
I had a maroon 67 Firebird, not a scratch, dent, rust spot anywhere on it. And I had a Jeep Scout, or an International Scout. Pulled the body off the Scout, bolted the rear end on the Firebird, dropped the front subcarriage. I set that 67 Firebird on top of that Scout. And you should have heard all the death threats I got because I chopped that car.
I wouldn't doubt it. I had a 68 Firebird. When I got
Nobody
it,
could figure out when I got that car, there was no title.
yeah,
And when I called the cop out, the cop told me he thinks it's a stolen car. He thinks it's the one that come up from down south.
yeah.
So right away, I told him like 3-4 days later when they come back, well, the goddamn car disappeared in the middle of the night. I'd already hauled it over to the farm. But
Yeah.
then I chopped the car and did that. But so many people were pissed at me about that.
Well, yeah, I had a 68 Firebird, and we had nitrous in it. And the body wasn't in great shape. I mean, it was in decent shape. And I was waiting on some settlement to come in. And we was joking around. I was going through a park down here we call Air Force Park. And there's a couple spots they call like Dead Man's Curve and everything going through there. And we was riding through. My brother-in-law was sitting there joking around like he's going to hit the button. He goes, "Whoa, we hit the button." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Well, he accidentally hit that button right when we hit one of them curves. I flipped that car 3 times. We had it on its side. We had to flip it back over on its wheels. Barely made it home with it. 3 weeks later, it's sitting in my driveway. I get a settlement for close to $25,000. And there's
Yeah,
a little
rattle trap I used to race.
there was a
Almost
shop
part of Speedway.
here. Yeah, there was a shop a few miles down from my house there. It was a transmission shop, but they redid bodies and everything else. They did everything. And I was like, okay, here's what I want done. And I had this car because I had done smashed the top in. So I told them, go ahead and put the convertible top on. I was going to pay for that. I had the body work completely done. It was triple coat gloss black. I had baby blue and pink pinstriping going down the sides of it and everything else, custom paint and everything else. Had all this done. It was going to cost me $15,000 to get my car done by the time they got done with it. I had 25 grand from a settlement sitting in my account. Was going to go pick up this car. Before I could check my account, I went out to check the mail one day. The money was only in my account for like 7 days, 8 days. I hadn't touched it because I was planning on getting my car back out. Because they told me it was coming, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to put my car in the shop.
Answer a question here in chat real quick, if you give me a minute. Rattle Trap, from 1991 to 1996, look up Wisconsin Thomas Sparta Speedway. You'll find me in their archives. I used to race from 91 to 96 in late model, hobby stock, which is street stock up here, beer stock, and mini stock. I ran a Pinto in the mini stock, a Caprice in the street stock was Caprice, mini stock was a Pinto, and a Camaro body on a frame, tube frame in late model.
Yeah, I had already put the car in the shop for a couple months before that, waiting on the settlement because I knew it was coming. Had this money in my account for less than 7 days, and I went out and I wasn't gonna mess with the money because I knew I was going to spend most of it in the car. Went out there and checked my mail one day, and I get a letter from Social Security office. Well, they overpaid me for paid my mother and me for my dad's death benefits. They wiped out my whole account.
Wow.
At one time. I had to contact the company that was working on my car, and I had to take the paperwork for to show them what was going on with it. And they're like, well, the only thing we can do right now is have you sign the car over to us so we can try to get our money back on it. Unless you can come up with the money some other way. I couldn't come up with 15 grand. So I signed the car over to them. They sold that car 3 days later for almost 40 grand.
Huh. Now, you said you were a mechanic. You remember the older Pintos and Mustangs?
Oh,
They
yeah,
had that little 2.8 in them?
yeah.
The hydraulic lifters. You could never get a solid lifter for them. They never made a solid lifter.
Yep.
I made a solid lifter. My little Pinto I used to race, I ran solid lifters in that. And I'll tell you the secret of how to do that. And it really boosts the horsepower. You know how the lifters, they've got the little cap, the lock ring. You pull that apart, they've got the spring inside.
Yeah.
Dump that goddamn spring out, fill it full of solid washers. So you got the hole in the center of the washer naturally. So you're still getting the oil flow. Put that cap and lock ring back on, and you've got a solid lifter in a 2.8.
Huh. Cool. Yeah, my best car I ever had though was right.
And what was nice about them, you remember the intake plate for the carburetor?
Yeah.
On them, you flip that upside down, you can pull the 4-barrel Holly on that.
Yeah, you was talking about going 90 down the E-way in the one. I picked up during tax time one year. There's a car lot down the street from my where I used to live at. Right before me and my wife got together. Now we've been together about 12 years, so about 14 years ago. They had the guy was a Mercedes collector. Well, when he died, his kids started selling off all his Mercedes in the car lot. Well, I picked up this one they had sitting there, old blue, wore out, looked awful, and it's a '81 Mercedes 500 SE. So I get this car, and I start driving, and I'm like, this thing's a beast, man. You know, I ain't never seen something with this much power. So I'm looking at the speedometer. The speedometer hits 160. So one day, we didn't have cell phones, access to cell phones like we do now. We just use CBs. And I had a buddy of mine go about 4 miles on the E-way checking for cops. When I went past him, I was reading at 140, almost 150 mile an hour in this car, and still had plenty of throttle left. So I get home and I start noticing the transmission was leaking real bad. I'm like, well, it's a rear wheel drive, so I'm gonna rebuild the transmission, put some new seals in it. So I contacted the Mercedes company. It's Tapper Mercedes here, and I told him what I had. I told him I said I had an '81 500 SE, and the guy on the phone argued with me. He goes, they didn't make an 81 500 SE. I'm like, dude, I got the title right here in my hand. He said, they don't make that. I'm like, well, I've got one. He said, they didn't make the SE till 84. I said, well, the title 81 is the original title, you know. And I argued with this man for, you know, half an hour on the phone, got off the phone with him. I called back about 3 days later, talked to somebody else. They argued with me about it. This went around for about 2 months. Couldn't get nobody. Everybody argued with me. That car does not exist. We're running the VIN number. It does not exist, you know. And then finally they put on one of their friggin' managers. He said, you mind if I check something and give you a call back? I was like, no, please do. I need to find out how to get the seal kit for this car. So about 2 days later, I done thought he forgot about me. He called back. He goes, found your car. I said, do what? He said, yeah, it was imported from Europe. I'm like, okay. He said, no. I said, ain't all Mercedes? He said, no. When I say imported, this was built for Europe, he said, and imported, you know, private import. I'm like, okay. He said, go check your windows and stuff for me. He said, if you don't mind. I said, what do you mean? He said, look to see for the writing on the windows. I'm like, okay. He said, see if it says built in Germany or anything like that on the window. I'm like, okay. And that's the first time I've ever paid attention to it. And now they etch the glass and stuff to tell you about the pressure temper or whatever.
Now, that car you're talking about, I know a little bit about that car.
Yeah.
If you looked on the taillights, the writing on the taillights, at the end would have said SE as well.
Yeah. Well, it did. But the thing about this, I went out there and I'm sitting there looking at the dang window and I'm like, I can't read this. It's in freaking German. So I contacted, I got back on the phone with him. I'm like, I can't read it. It's in German. He goes, that's what I thought. He said, yeah, that car's not supposed to be in the United States. He said, somebody probably imported that car. He said, that's a nice vehicle. I'm like, well, I'll give $1,000 for it. He goes, what?
That was one of the very first things I was taught when I started working for the junk dealer, Melvin, was to watch all that glass and the taillights very closely.
Yep.
Because you will find a lot of rare vehicles.
Well, you know, the bad about it is what makes it all worse than that, Ace. That car went to the scrapyard.
Oh.
And it was raining when it went to the scrapyard. I had no place to live because me and my ex, my baby mother, she got strung out on drugs, got me thrown out of my own place, had no place to go, no place to go.
Imagine how much money you would be sitting on right now if you had that car.
No place to park the car except for her dad's driveway because he had a big yard in his backyard. He could fit like 12 cars back there. He told me I could leave it there for about 6 months if I needed to. So I was frantically looking for a place to take this car, you know, because I wanted to keep my car. I get a phone call from him a week later. I need this car gone today. She's done come over here and threatened to bust out the windows, pour sugar in the gas tank, do this and do that, and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to be responsible for this car. Come and get it. I had 2 cars in the highway, and they both got towed to the junkyard that day, and both of them ran.
But getting back to that 90 mile an hour down Highway 10, I actually had the cops had it blocked off so that I could do that stunt because when I did that, I used to do stunt driving. Did a lot of jumping cars and ramps and stuff like that. One ramp, bring the car up on its side shit when I was younger. But the secret to me doing that one stunt was to keep from blowing the transmission. I literally used cutting hose, torch cutting hose.
Yeah.
Split the tranny line, and I had that clamped on with hose clamps. That way, if anything was to happen to blow, it would blow them torch lines. So it wouldn't take trans or nothing like that out.
I'll tell you
I
what.
literally brand spanking new tires on the ass end of that sport wagon, 90 mile an hour, slam that throttle right to the floor and pop reverse. And it was nothing but smoke from that point on, right to a screeching stop when both of them tires blew.
Hello, Bella Outdoors.
Yeah, I tell you what, I had my stepdad, when it comes to mechanics and stuff, he's the one that's got me into it. He was the creative person. He did some stuff that I didn't believe you could do, and I don't know how he did it to this day. But I never drove a manual. He had started getting me driving a manual when I was like 20. He's like, "Oh, you got to drive, learn how to drive one." Well, I started driving his truck around and everything else, learning how to do it. And then he's like, "All right." Well, the neighbor we was living next to had a little, I think it was a 84 Dodge Daytona or something like that. Little bitty car. Might have been 94. I can't remember what year it was. But it had a single throttle body on it. And he goes, they only want $300 for it. It runs. He said, "You ought to get it from them. They're being removed and need to get rid of it." I'm like, "Okay, well, it's all right looking car. Let's get it." So I got this car, and I was driving it around and everything else. He goes, "Let me look at that engine." So he gets in there, starts messing with it. He goes, "I think this thing would be a beast if we did some stuff to it." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said, "I got an idea." He said, "I've always wanted to try something with a throttle body." He said, "You mind if I do that?" I go, "I don't care." He said, "I trust you more than anybody in the world." So he goes out there, he gets me out there every day. We'll pop the hood, he'll take some measurements. He starts milling out stuff on his thing, lathe and everything else. He starts making stuff and starts drilling and I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, "Just trust me." I go, "Okay, Phil, I've always trusted you. You've never lied to me before." He made a fuel rail. He made a fuel rail with 4 fuel injectors that drops into the single throttle body of this car. And he did it to a few other engine mods. I don't know what he did to. I literally, if I got down on this car, a little front wheel drive car, it had so much torque that the front wheels would jump off the ground by about a foot when I gave it gas. Just jumped off the ground from so much torque. I burnt out my bearings 6 times in 2 weeks because I could not get bearings strong enough. And I didn't know how fast this car would actually go. And one day I was joking around with a buddy at my work, and I was getting ready to get off work, and I lit him up a little bit. About that time, this cop pulls over. He goes, "Oh, you think you got something underneath that hood, huh?" I'm like, "No." I said, "Man, just learn how to drive a stick, you know." He goes, "Well, I bet you mine will take that." I'm like, "Whatever." I'm like, "For one, I'm not racing you." And he had a real nice undercut. He had a real nice, what was it? He had an LS engine in his, I think it was an old Impala with an LS. He goes, "Yeah, I guarantee mine will take it." I'm like, "I won't race you because that's against the law for one, and I ain't getting caught like that." So we had a Walmart parking lot right next to the restaurant I was working in. And he pulls over in the Walmart parking lot. He mashes his gas, and he starts spinning out and stuff. I'm like, "Oh, yeah." So I walk over, I pull my car over, and I like walk it right next to him while he's sitting there spinning. I lift that sucker up. When I did, the front wheel started bouncing off the ground. I started slinging rubber. And when we get done, he pulls back over towards me. He goes, "Man, I hope I ain't never got to chase you." I said, "I'm not going to run from you." I'm not going to run from you. That's just stupid.
Out of 15 years of stunt driving, I never once felt unsafe in any vehicle I ever wrecked doing stunts. But when I got into racing, I don't know how well you can see this picture, but you see how that roof is in there?
Yeah.
This car had a full roll cage, 6-point roll cage. And I could literally see how that roof ease up.
Yeah.
You know how you put your arm on the driver's door?
Yeah.
I could literally put my arm on the driver's door and the passenger door at the same time in that wreck.
Yeah. No. See, I had something about as bad go on
Now,
that day.
now you tell me how safe a roll cage actually is.
Yeah.
I felt safer in the ones I wrecked without it than I did in this stock car.
Yeah, I was so upset about that Daytona though when I got done with it. When he got done with it, there wasn't a car that I don't think I could have took.
We're gonna have to throw the link up there. The old fart's here, and I know he'll jump up on panel with us.
Who's that?
This old coyote.
But yeah, that Daytona, I went and rented a spray gun and compressors to paint it, and the spray gun was messed up on it. the nozzle. They gave me the wrong nozzle for it, and I was taking it back, and apparently somebody sabotaged my car. I was riding down the E-way, almost doing like 75, trying to get there before they closed. Front wheel came off. It bounced up so high off this car, we never found the front wheel. We had me, my stepdad, the cops out there looking for this wheel. It was gone. It ripped the front fender completely over the hood. They said, the people that was riding next to me said I come completely straight up in the air. My car was sitting straight up like a rocket. And I come back down. When I did, I smashed the rotor, the front axle, the frame, and everything just smashed as soon as it hit the ground. And then I had to drag it with the brakes and drag it to the side to get it off the middle of the expressway.
Wow.
And we limped it home. And I looked at my dad. I said, well, I guess it's going to the scrapyard. I said, because there's frame damage to it, and I ain't trying to fix the frame. I said, and I just spent all this money on this paint. I had probably 4 gallons of Calypso candy paint with triple red or triple candy or flake in it. And I'm like, I guess I'm eating the paint because I can't take it back.
Wow. Yeah, I was down in the raceway down there at the dirt track down in the hills. This guy had a bomber. He had number 3 on it, and they keep gunning it and around that first corner off the strip. And about, I don't know, the 4th time he came around there, he flipped it on his top.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
But there you go, dude. That's what you get for having the number 3 on your car. You're not down Elhart.
Yeah. That's a number you don't put on unless you are or you were of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always joked around in the hills, said down Elhart wouldn't die if he had his duct tape.
Oh, that's cool, Coyote. I'll have to go watch that. I dropped the link there in chat, I believe, Coyote. Come on up.
Yeah, I'll let him up.
Yeah, I need to get off here. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Wow.
I just now realized that.
Yeah.
Going in, make sure the kids got 8, because we don't get up here till late because we're all night shift people. I think me and my daughter both got up right at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So, well, I got her up about 6:30 because she wouldn't get out of bed. I'm like, get up, sleepyhead. I said, I know Easter Bunny come last night because you already got into your candy, so it's time to get your butt up. She's like, I don't want to get up. And I gave her some pizza because that's what she wanted. But it's about that time, 3 o'clock, when she gets hungry. So I'm gonna go in and make her some tacos.
There you go.
But yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and get off here, y'all. It was nice having you coming in there with y'all, man.
Yeah, really nice chatting with you there, Troy. As always.
Yeah. Send me a message, Ace. I think you're on my Facebook.
I believe so.
Yeah, send me your address if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I might.
Otherwise, like I say too, if you go to Bait Shop Mafia,
Yeah.
type that in, you'll find me there, or under Ace Catfishing. But you click on my About section. I have my address, my telephone number, the whole 9 yards, all in there.
Hold on a second. We was talking about some of this the other day. Could you use some of this?
Definitely.
It's Suflex 60-pound test.
Yeah.
I might use about 100 yards off of it if I'm lucky. If you want, if I get your info, I'll send you some of it.
All right.
Send you a freaking row. I won't use it.
I'd really appreciate that. If you need anything for it, just let me know. And like I say, I'll send you a money order.
I won't worry about it, brother.
I use that a lot. I don't have a spool of it sitting here. I think I might have half a row of 30. Wow,
yeah,
that's it.
This was 830 yards. I guarantee there's probably at least, by the time you get it, there'll probably still be 600 yards on it.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. That's no problem. I'm sitting there looking at it across the room. I'm like, what am I ever going to do with that? Because the only thing I use it for is leader line. And I've got a whole reel spooled up with it right now. And I got to take it all off that reel. So I won't use it. Plus,
Yeah, see,
ordered,
I couldn't get the 60. When I tried getting it the other day, they were all out of it. So I wound
Yeah.
up getting this stupid ass 65 X4 stuff
Wow.
because I
yeah, this
couldn't
is
find no
69
stuff.
specs. If you're willing to use it, I'll find a way to get it to you.
I will definitely use that.
Just do me a favor. Just like JB said, it may take a few days. I don't like going to the post office because around here getting to the post office is a pain in the rectum.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll get your information from you. I'll send you some of this because I'll probably just send you
Yeah,
what.
like I say, it's all right on my about page, even my phone number. So
All right. Yeah, I've got 6 spools like this. I've got 3 spools of the 30-pound blue Berkeley, what they call it, Pro line. I got the blue. I got a spool of the orange. I bought 3 spools of this. I bought a 40-pound, I think, and I bought the 60.
hold on. I'm sure that LT won't mind. Come on up, Rattle Trap.
Yeah, just pop on
So
up.
yeah, I'll send you this line because I'm not going to use it.
Yeah,
And I remember you saying something.
definitely use it.
So I don't want it to go to waste.
Well, I'll definitely use it.
Right now, I've got probably, like I said, I probably got close to 6 of these spools, and I know at least 3 of them I probably won't use. So if you want one, you're more than welcome to it, brother.
Yeah, definitely. Be greatly appreciated.
All right, bro. Well, like I said, it was nice being on here with y'all. I'm gonna go and get off here, go in the house, and make some tacos for the kids. And I'll catch y'all later. Next time you get up, I'll try to get up with you, as long as I'm off work.
Right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, bro. I'll holler at y'all.
So Rattle Trap in the basement, or
No, he ain't even in the basement yet. He can come up. I don't care. That's about as long as live I've been for a while. Yeah, like I said, all my views and everything's down too. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. What is up with all this?
oh, late in the morning. It's 2:01 here, so
Yeah, it's 3:02 here.
Uh.
Eastern Standard Time. It says the link. Yeah, I seen a Prepper 101.
you'll have to probably put the link in because I can get the link somewhat in there, but you'd have to type the HTTP in front of it, I believe, if it even shows.
Okay. Give me a minute.
I think I can get it to come up this way. I'm not sure.
Are you asleep?
Paste, enter. Yeah, it should show that way, but you got to type HTTPS // in front of StreamYard.
Right. Just take it over there.
No.
I forgot I'm not a mod yet, so I can't paste
Yeah,
it up.
we got to figure it out. I can get on the phone.
Like I say, if you just fire up your laptop and then look for your live stream, you'll be able to do it that way.
If we get the stupid thing to work. The link's right in the chat there. You did. How much? Anybody. Okay, there he is. He's in the basement. Tink. 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 Did I do it?
No, he's not up yet.
Oh boy, what I just do? That's StreamYard.
Francis, there she is.
There we go. That's StreamYard.
Francis, there she is.
There we go. That's StreamYard. She's it though.
Yeah, she's got to shut off YouTube volume and.
Talking about race cars and I seen Ace pulling out that picture of a race car and that's why I asked Ace if you've been.
I was pretty heavy into it, like I say, from 91 to 96.
Yeah.
I got into it in 90.
Yeah, my uncle been racing down here. He's been racing all of them. Flucia and East Bay and
I have no idea on that rights.
and Armadale. Someone's racing up there too. North.
I did the stunt car circuit, and then I did the racing circuits. And it just got, toward the end, too costly to keep going with 3 cars running. Go out on Friday night, race Saturday, and then come home Sunday and work all weekend on 3 cars. Just go back out and do the same thing, come home and work on them again.
Yeah. Get tired after well on days.
I didn't really get tiring. I mean, I loved it. I enjoyed it. It was just the pocketbook didn't really love it or enjoy it.
Yeah, I was told racing ain't made for poor people.
No, that it ain't.
I
mean, it was fine when I did the first Pinto and I did the street stock, but once I hit into the late model with the Camaro, that got costly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle raced street stock and late models and bombers and.
I'd get up 4:30 every Friday morning, get one car loaded up, run that down the track, drop it off, come back, grab the second car. By then, my buddy would be there with his truck and trailer. We'd haul the second 2 cars down, race, and then Friday I'd have to haul 2 cars back, and he'd haul the one back, and it probably cost me close to, I want to say, on a good week, I'd only blow $1,500 a week.
Wow.
On a bad week, where I had to change out a block or a head or something like that, then you're talking $2,500 to $3,500.
Yeah, easy.
But I had all of my own boring tools, all that good shit in the shop, so. And I contributed that all the working in scrap yards. You know, I collected all that shit when I was younger and just hoarded tools.
When my uncle raced, oh man, I miss going to the races. And probably one of his friends raced his race car, and my uncle quit. He was getting up in his 80s.
at 16. At 16 years old is when I started it. But like I said, I grew up on a farm. So me and a buddy of mine, we built the bleachers and everything out along the side of the field. My grandparents being into construction, we had all the concrete barriers and stuff. So we were able to line them up on both sides of the strip that we had out in the field. And I did all the stunt car shit when I was younger too, and saved all my pennies and entry fees and all that from people coming in. That's what pretty much financed my racing career in the future.
I miss going to races because I've been seeing a lot of people fighting on the racetrack, and
Well, you get that at almost every race. My first race I was ever in the Thomas Sparta circuit, we started out down there on dirt. Well, I'm going around the track, and this other boy down there, Leroy Hardy, he decides he's going to pass me. Well, I get over so he can pass, not being a dick about it. His car was a little faster than me. Well, he no sooner than he gets ahead of me, he lets off. So I tap his rear bumper just slightly. The idiot loses it. He spins around. So he's facing me now, and he hits the brakes. So what's going to happen? Naturally, I'm going to drive up onto his bumper.
Yep.
So it pops his radiator.
Then
He goes in and pits. I ended up in that race, third place anyway. I go in after the race to pit, and the first thing he says to me, he says, "You worthless SOB, you owe me a radiator. You took my radiator up." I looked him straight in the eyes. I said, "Buddy, if you wouldn't hit the brakes, I wouldn't hit you in the rear. If you wouldn't have spun around and slammed your brakes, I wouldn't have come up over your bumper and took the radiator." And then his brother, in the meantime, comes walking up. These are two big boys, Granted, I was like 230, 240 at the time. His brother's got a jack handle in his hand. I says, "Well, I don't think I owe you anything, but if you think that, what are you going to do about it?" And by then, four of my buddies come up from behind, and it was all on. It was all out fight. I wound up with 3 busted teeth out of that one. But he did not get my radiator.
then it starts on the stands too. Hey, they start on the stands.
Yeah. And I think the worst incident I was ever involved in was in Neilsville, Wisconsin. I don't remember the year, but I'm sure it's on file. You can look it up. I was running a demolition circuit, and they had where us guys, we'd go up there, we'd demo. If our cars were still running at the end, the ladies could take and demo the cars. Well, a buddy of mine, his station wagon wound up running yet. He had some girl out of the stands come down and run it, and she got slammed into the bucket of a payloader. And when she hit that payloader, it hit so hard, the steering wheel snapped as it hit her in the chest, and the post went through her. That was, I think, the worst accident in my racing demoing and shenanigans that I was ever involved in was that one.
Well, my brother trying to race with this go-kart, and my grandma passed away.
But I blame most of the shit that I did in the past on Luke and Bo Duke. If they wouldn't have come out with the Duke boys, I wouldn't have tried doing some of the stunts I did with some of the vehicles.
This, I don't want to say there's something wrong, but this blind person driving through a sprint car, and I said, Why he's driving a sprint car and he's blind?
Making mommy jealous.
I'm not trying to say something's mean, but
Little sprint cars, you get into one of them, they're a lot of fun. I actually drove one, owned one, and drove it for about 6 months. But
and they crashed like up top of the fence,
well,
and these
There's-
race cars like just hanging.
yeah, there's no weight to them little sprint cars. The only weight in them sprint cars is your ass sitting in the center of that car. And I mean, you're centered. You
Yeah,
want your body centered of that car.
Yeah, my uncle
And then
Ray
you have
was
all
a
that
sprint
weight.
car.
You have all that weight from the engine of a sprint car out front. There is nothing on that ass end behind you. That's what makes them little sprint cars so dangerous. It's because when you come into that corner, you're not going straight. You're going sideways, and you've got that wheel cranked to make up for that.
Mhm.
And you hit just a little bit of a rock or just a little dip in that track. You've lost it. You're going rolling.
You got the wing of a sprint car,
That wind,
and you gotta
with the wind
open.
deflecting, that wind with the wing deflecting, that wind gives you a little bit of down pressure, but it's nowhere near enough to keep them back tires on the ground. Them rear tires are hopping most of the time. You watch them on the straightaway, you'll see that ass end just a bounce.
Yeah, I seen it. Because my uncle drive a sprint car, and
In them, you're driving by the seat of your pants. Trust me, I know. I've been there, done that.
one time I went to the fence. I'm trying to find my uncle. I'm trying to find out if he's okay or not.
Mhm.
And I went and said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yeah."
Now, another place I took a job. I only worked this job, mind you, for 1 week. And that was at Galt Airport in Greenwood, Illinois. I took the job of taxiing the planes, the little biplanes, 2-person plane, Cessna, shit like that, from the hangar to the runway and strapping them down. Well, like I say, I went in, it was probably my 5th day on this job, 6th day on this job. Put my lunch in the fridge. Got my orders to take this little Cessna to the end of the runway, come back up the opposite side, and tie it down out in the center of the runway. Because the guy was going to come out, him and his wife, that day to take it out. Well, I took it to the end of the runway, turn, and come back up. And when I turned to come back up, I gave it too much throttle. I felt them wheels come off the ground, and it was just a smack. They hit the ground again when I pulled back on the throttle. And they said when I walked back in the shop, I didn't even strap the plane down. I got the hell out of it, went to the shop. They said I was so white in the face, they thought I was a walking dead man.
Wow.
I got timed out, got in my car and left. Never went back. Never even went to collect my paycheck. I was so scared. It wasn't funny. And that's coming from a guy that used to crash cars, jump them over cars on purpose.
Right?
But that airplane ride scared the living tar out of me.
You might know Francis and Giddens, Bill Giddens. I don't know if you know him or not. Yes, they race the bomber.
Not that I recall. I know of Bill Gideon, who was down by Florida, I want to say in Tampa.
There is one, I don't know, Johnny Tanner.
Maybe you're saying his last name wrong, babe.
Yeah, most people race.
It is
most-
Gideon.
There's Johnny Tanner. He passed away.
That's Donnie Tanner, not
Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah,
Darnie, I don't know. I've never heard of him.
he went every
But
race every Saturday night. Always
like
go
I
down.
say, up here it was mainly Thomas Sparta Speedway, the 2 tracks over in Marshfield, and then I can't remember the name of the track, but it's in Madison. I ran there, and then I ran the Chippewa Falls Speedway. Now my aunt and Luke Herring, they used to own Dallas Motor Speedway, and I ran a lot on that track.
And I think
And that was Luke Herring and Lorraine Herring that owned Dallas Motor Speedway. But
my
they've done
uncle
some very-
raced R3X and thing number 3. I don't know what's his other race cars. Okay, that means a sprint.
I still
And,
call her Lorraine. She used to be married,
modified, that's R3.
but Lorraine and Luke Herring that owned Dallas Motor Speedway, like I say, I still to this day call her. My aunt, she used to be married to my Uncle Tom Hunter. But her new name when they owned the racetrack was Lorraine Herring and Luke Herring.
I don't know.
You can
if
look
I
all
have
that
a
up.
picture.
And they're actually in Florida now living. He's got some shop called Hobby Nerd or something down there.
And Rick probably know him, I think.
But it's Luke Herring. I'm not sure just what part of Florida he's in. I know it's down by Tampa somewhere. Tampa or Miami, one of the two.
Yes, he knows. Rick knows every race car driver. And that
But like I say, you don't have to believe a word I say. You can look this all up from 91 to 96. Just look up Greg Barheit, number 77, and number 34. What was the number on the late model? 78. 78 was my late model. 77 was my street stock.
yeah, I think Rick raced one street
34
stock.
was the mini stock.
I don't know, it's the R3 back to the old days. I don't know.
And you can also find me on the Marshfield Speedway. I'm still on their archive list. I did a lot of stunts down there too at the center of track, jumping cars.
You know where is East Bay Raceway at? Down in Tampa?
No.
Huh.
Like I said, I ran most of the Wisconsin circuit for the tracks, so. And we had a lot of big names that come up this way.
There's
And Dale Earnhardt, all them guys were at Marshfield Thomas Speedway at different times.
you know
racing.
David Rubenman?
No.
Well, you know 00 from
Like I say, if these guys are from Florida, biggest chances I don't know them because, like I say, I ran the Wisconsin circuit. I never raced outside of Wisconsin.
you know Tony Stewart?
Yeah.
He races sprint car now.
Met and shook Cale Yarborough's hand.
You know about that?
Who, Cale Yarborough? Yeah, I know quite a bit about him. I mean, I shook his hand. He congratulated me for jumping 13 cars.
He raced at East Bay. Tony Stewart.
I know the name. I don't remember seeing him drive a lot.
He goes around these racetrack and race with the sprint car. He got a Facebook.
And I've actually seen Kyle Petty run the Marshfield Speedway years ago when they did their national events. They don't do them anymore up here, so that I'm aware of anyway. But that was back when they ran dirt track. It's all asphalt now over there, so.
Yeah, somebody bought East Bay, and when they gonna tear it down. When they gonna tear that down?
But it's 2:30, so I'm gonna hop off of here probably, LT, and everybody.
And that's when I seen that race car up top, and I asked Francis Giddens, I said, you know that person up there? And I said, yeah. She said, yeah, and I said, I don't. And Francis Giddens told me he's blind.
But I actually ran that car 3 years until that rollover.
Yeah.
When he held that picture up, I was like, that's a race car. I said, Curtis, you know that? I said, and he said, yeah. I know about the race cars because I've been around with my uncle.
Bedroom in my top dresser drawer, I've got a shit ton of photos of this car and multiple other ones that I've ran over the years.
If I have a picture, I'm just gonna send it to you, Ace.
Yep.
If I can find it. I know it's gotta be in my.
I didn't want to talk about it here in chat. You mind if I bring up the subject, LT?
What is it?
A little incident that took place earlier today.
Yeah, it don't matter.
All right, Francis, I meant you no respect at all when I called you Franny. My grandmother's name was Adeline Francis Farhite. I cannot spell Francis. Okay, I'm not good at spelling. That's why I was typing in Franny, meaning no disrespect to you, because Franny was the name that we grew up calling my grandmother, Franny. It was her nickname because her middle name was Francis. So in no way, shape, or form did I mean any disrespect to you. I respect you. You remind me quite a bit of my grandmother just by your actions, the way you talk, the way you joke, and stuff like that. So no disrespect intended.
It's Frances.
You know, like I say, I'm no good at spelling. That's why I just shortened it to my grandmother's nickname, because I can remember it pierced my mind how to spell Franny.
And the guy names with the I, and the ladies with the E.
Well, like I say, I meant no disrespect to you when I called you Franny.
Because my family called me
Franny.
I said, can you please stop calling me Franny?
Well, like I said, I can't spell Francis. I get to the end of it and I don't remember that C whatever. But what upset me was the manner of the way you made the statement you did, Curtis. Your tone of attitude, your tone of voice, and then the way you called me out on live stream and YouTube. When you have my phone number, you should have just called me, talked to me about it. But just, how can I say this? This demeanor, or however, in your tone of voice when you said that live in chat, it just irritated the hell out of me. I mean, you can go back and watch the video and you can hear the actual tone in your voice. And I, by no way, shape, or form, any disrespect to you or anyone. So I figured rather than a dragged out argument or something like that in a live chat that wasn't going to happen, I'd just leave.
I told him, I said, I've been telling him, I said, Curtis, can you please stop yelling at me? I'm tired. He keeps on over and over. I said, can you please stop?
But I still love you. Still think of you as his family. Like I say, I got to kick out of here because I got to be up at 6 and it's already 2:30.
That's it. I got to be up too. I got a long trip to go to. You got to take the wife to the hospital.
But I'll look through some of my crap here and see if I can find any of the CDs and stuff like that from some of the races and the stunts and stuff like I did that I used to do. And I'll see if I can't post. Well, it's got nothing to do with my fishing channel, so I'd pretty much need to make a different channel so I can post all them videos and shit up on. But I'm probably sure people will take some interest in it somewhere.
I'm into everything. I like racing.
Mm-hmm. I loved racing. Like racing was my
passion. I love going to the races.
But, like I say, it got so hard on the pocketbook there at the end. And like I said, I started in 1990. I ended my career in 96 in that, in the racing part. Did the stunts a long time before that and right up through that. But I got divorced in 92. And in the divorce, my wife didn't want nothing to do with the 4 kids. She was going to take my house. She was going to take everything I owned. Well, like a dumbass, I sold everything to family members. So I own nothing.
Wow.
And I'd already had, prior to that, I knew something was up with the ex-wife because her and my brother-in-law would take off all the time. So I had went to the bank and got the realtor involved. And I signed my house over to my mother in the meantime. So when we got to court, she told the judge, she got up in front of the judge, first thing out of her mouth, and I wanted to shoot her right there on the spot, honestly. She tells the judge, I want nothing.
Wow.
After she said she was going to take me to the cleaners and take everything. And like an idiot, I sold everything. So she couldn't take anything.
Right. I
regretted that after that. So, but I don't regret getting my 4 kids.
Kids are awesome, you know.
Yeah. Then my brother-in-law, I met him like a year later in the grocery store. He says, well, I'm sorry about coming between you and her. I says, buddy, you did me the best favor ever. You took the BI, and I got my 4 excellent children.
Yep.
And I walked away from him, and I know he was fuming when I said that.
It's like
it wasn't 6 months after that, them 2 got split.
We had our kids taken by Children's Services.
Yeah.
And they're
sorry to hear that.
Because me and my wife's on fixed income. They don't think we can take care of them. And they say that we have a mind of an 8 and 9-year-old. No, I'm sorry, 6 and 8-year-old. But we pay all of our bills. I drive, so I mean that ain't right from them treating us like that.
No.
They more or less kidnapped the twins from the hospital, and they've never been home. And they don't even know me as dad and their mom.
Oh, I got my kids on the bus one morning. Okay. Got off work, come home, and I'm waiting for the kids to get off the bus. Well, my 4 kids never got off the bus. So I called the school. I called the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department informed me, well, your 4 kids are at social services. You're a single parent. You haven't been taking care of your kids. Well, I went down there right away. It wasn't 15 minutes later. I had my kids in the vehicle with me, and we were back home.
Wow.
Because where I'd been living at the time, I'll admit, wasn't a very decent place. But I just got done that afternoon purchasing a brand new frickin' house in town that we were moving into the following day, which was on a Saturday.
Right.
And they knew nothing about that. They were basing off the trailer house we were living in the day they picked up the kids.
Yeah, I mean, they do everybody dirty. I mean, it ain't right. They do things.
Huh?
They took
Go right to the school and pick my kids up.
They took our oldest son right out of school, and they took our daughter. She was only 2 at the time, from the house. I'm like, they had the cops here. You know, what are you supposed to do, right?
Well, my kids are all a year apart. And my youngest at that time just turned 6 when they picked them up.
I don't tell nobody why I do my YouTube videos for, but this is one of them. This is the reason why I do YouTube, because it keeps me occupied.
Huh?
And yeah, today was Easter, and it hurts because none of our kids are home. They even have fun with them, and the holidays ain't the same without them, you know.
Huh? My lawyer turned around and told me, he says, you should be suing the state, the sheriff's department, and the Jackson County Social Services office.
Yeah.
But I didn't sue them, so I got my kids. We moved into the new house and raised my kids, and
we got the 2 oldest ones back. They ain't even been here a month, and people call back up there again.
Huh.
Talk about our personal hygiene and everything. They went by one school stinking. No, he didn't. Well, they didn't wonder why I cut his hair, and I was like, "Cause he see me cut my hair. You know how boys are."
Huh?
Dad cuts his hair. They want their hair cut.
Hey, it's okay. Like I said, it's gonna be okay. I accepted your apology.
Well, like I said, there was no disrespect intended at all. I mean, to me, I figured you'd have took it as an honor, you know. That was my grandmother's nickname, and I loved the hell out of my grandmother.
Yeah, my sister's name's Mildred.
Mm-hmm.
And
best buddy of mine, his mother's name was Mildred Mock, as a matter of fact. Kenny Mock, you guys might have heard of him. He's really big into NASCAR right now.
And her nickname is Midge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to spell. Like, you know, like you said, you're not a good speller. I'm not a good speller. I mean, I graduated from high school.
I didn't graduate from high school. I quit in the 8th grade.
Wow.
Well, actually, I quit. Actually, to be honest, I quit in the 6th grade because I used to go out the night before school, put my gun out in the woods, which was a .22. I'd get on the bus, go down to the neighbors. I'd actually rip the side of my pants. Well, I got to go home, change pants. Walk back up through the woods, grab my gun, and go hunting all frickin' day. The end of the day, Lyle, who was our bus driver back then, I'd get over on the opposite side of the farm because we had 3 acres on the end of the farm. My grandfather owned the farm. And then it was like a three-quarter to half-mile driveway.
Wow.
And the Louis family used to live over on the farm. They were my grandfather employed their mom and dad. Well, I'd get out at the farm end of the farm driveway. On that side, the bus would come back. I'd already have my gun stashed in the woods. I'd get on the bus and ride home. So my mom and dad always thought, well, he got on that bus. He went to school. He came home on that bus.
Yeah.
So don't tell me he wasn't at school. And Lyle, he was the bus driver. He was a hell of a cool guy. I did that from 6th grade to 8th grade. When I hit 8th grade, I actually took the bus one day to school. I made it to school, walked in the front door, walked out the back door, went downtown, filled out the application at the grocery store. Well, they needed help instantly, so I started stocking shelves. I beat feet back to the damn school, get on the bus at night to go back home.
How you rip your pants?
Take my hands and just rip the seam on the pants, rather it be down by the ankle or up by the crotch.
Yep. Be like, yep, I gotta go home now.
And you go to work, you know, you're in a grocery store, you're stocking shelves. Well, back when I was in school, working in the grocery store, you know, you rip the crotch of your pants, you got it covered because you've always got that white apron on.
Yep.
Hangs clear down to your freaking knees. Nobody's going to see the rip. Believe me, trust me, I had more than one way of getting the hell out of school. I was always the heavy set boy, so I hated school because I always got picked on about my weight.
Yeah, they ain't right neither. I know.
I graduated.
I'm really good at math, but when it comes to reading and spelling, I suck totally. I can read quite a bit, but them are my 2 weakest subjects.
Yeah, I had a grandpa that he couldn't spell, but he can read a newspaper.
Well,
I mean, that's pretty cool, though.
I can read a newspaper, but I can't spell for shit.
I can't either.
Right, said. Be right back.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why, you know, that if God made everybody like everybody, this place would be boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason why we got special people. Everybody's different in their own way. And we're all unique. I mean, it's like animals. They all got different attitudes. They're all different too. There ain't one animal is the same.
Yeah, exactly.
They might look alike, but they're not the same.
And I find it, you know, in YouTube, you know, especially, I don't know how to actually put this on. I mean right. I try to be respectful, but I don't know how to actually word things. People misunderstand 90% of the time what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to give credit where credit's due.
Right.
Trying to put people on pedestals, but they take me the wrong way and they think I'm trying to cut them down, which no way in hell am I ever going to try to do.
No. And another thing too is
and in my mind, there ain't a one of you that's better than me, and in no way, shape, and form in hell am I ever going to be any better than anyone else.
right.
Now, I don't know if that come across the right way or not, but
I understand
I'm no
that.
better than anyone else, and there's nobody any better than me. I look at everybody as my equal, you know.
In school, and I think it's middle school, this boy said,
No.
"I'm first." Nuh-uh. I was first too.
No, but now
So
what I'm
this
saying
guy
is,
pissed me off, and I'm tired for cussing. And so I just want to jump over the gate,
I got a
the
teacher.
school gate.
now to finish what I was trying to say there was, yes, I will admit there's a hell of a lot of you out there that are smarter than me. But other than that, I think we're basically all equal.
I had a teacher. Well, he wasn't my teacher. He was making fun of a kid in a wheelchair.
I'd have needed that.
I went and told the principals what he was doing. That's wrong. We'll give him the right to make fun of a kid in a wheelchair because the boy will sit in his wheelchair and twitch his hands and move his head around in circles. That's a disease. And it might have to be due with his spinal, whatever, but he didn't have a right to make fun of a kid.
No.
You can't make a fun of nobody because one of those things you can't make a fun of.
There ain't no sense of bullying anybody. It don't matter. It don't matter what they are. I mean, special people.
I got a $350 fine at Walmart in Lake Helly. It'll be 5 years ago. Because, well, I shouldn't say anything about it, but I was coming out of Walmart and this woman, I want to say it was a 3-year-old. I don't think the kid was any older than 3. I literally watched her backhand this 3-year-old girl.
Oh, wow.
Because the girl was crying. And she's standing there screaming and yelling at the girl to shut up. And smacking her. I mean, she smacked the kid 3-4 times. So I walked up there and I asked her what the hell she was doing and told this other lady to call the cops.
Right.
And I turned this child abuse in. Well, because I got between her and her daughter to protect her daughter, I got the fine.
Now that's crazy right there.
And she got absolutely nothing. Got in her car, and the cop witnessed her slap her daughter when she put her in the car seat. And he did nothing but fine me.
That ain't right.
No.
Where's the justice at now?
Yeah. But because I got between her and her child, it all landed on me.
That is crazy.
Now, these days, if you hit your child, you know.
They don't do nothing about it. They fine you if you step between them and say anything.
Yep. Yeah, I had a cop here where I live at. Said, interrupt him one more time. He's got a big enough book. He said, I can charge you with something and put you in jail.
Well,
I'm like, see, you don't even technically serve. You know that's just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
We don't work for you. You work for the people.
I tried to fight that so hard in court because there was a camera hanging right there that Walmart that I know got everything, but Walmart's manager, oh no, that camera's not working. It's not recording nothing. Bullshit. They maintain them cameras. They ain't gonna tell me that.
Right.
Because the sheriff's department wouldn't get any footage off that, so I could fight that in court. So I paid the fine, did the 2 days in jail because it happened on a Saturday. I didn't get out until I seen the judge Monday morning.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I was going to punch the cop. That's why I wound up sitting the weekend.
Yeah. The system is crooked.
Yeah, big time.
Yep.
But I got to get out of here. I got to get out.
Yeah, I need to do.
Like I said, I love you, Ace, but I love you like a brother, like a YouTube fam.
Yeah. Well, that's the way I feel about you and Curtis. You know, you're like brother and sister to me. You know, part of the family. Same with you, LT. You're a good friend.
Appreciate
You're part of the family. But on that note,
I
I'm going to
forgot about you. I'm sorry.
But on that note, I'm going to kick out of here. We'll catch you all tomorrow sometime, or later today sometime.
I want to end this live, so and I appreciate everybody that came in and gave me thumbs up, like this video, and well, it's live chat. So,
all right, later.
All right, you too.
talk to y'all later.
Hey, you too. Thank you for having me up.
You're welcome.